This one's for my father, he's here tonight. Dreamed he shone like the sun, now your son is said, hey dad, grab another cigarette, ashes fall like an unpaid debt. Come on everybody, place your bets. In 7th grade, he dug his grave, trying to be cool with the cool kids, hey. Follow everything they say, you might fit in if you misbehave. At 16, he promised he'd be clean. You didn't mean, but you shouldn't leave. You do not deserve this. Hey, Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I heard about you, son. It's hard enough to hide your scars in small town USA. Sweet Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I read about you, son. Don't blame yourself, you raised him right. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. At 21, you find his gun. Hey dad, it's just begun. The times that bond, they come undone. Come on everybody, just for fun. At 24, you find him on the floor. Decadence was all he wore. You do not deserve this. Hey Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I heard about you, son. It's hard enough to hide your scars, small town USA. Sweet Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I read about you, son. Don't blame yourself, you raised them right. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. And na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na. At his eulogy, insincere apologies. You do not deserve this. In all the papers and press aside, hey, just another suicide. You do not deserve this.
Let's hear it, guys.
Hey, Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I heard about your son. It's hard enough to hide scars, small town USA.
Sweet Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I read about you, son. Don't blame yourself, you raised him right. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. And na 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 na, na 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 na,
Remember that when you can't sleep at night.
na 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 na,
Remember that when you can't sleep at night.
na 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 na. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. Remember that when you can't
Sleep at night.
Let's go, let's go.
Nick fucked it up again.
have to speak the truth. You have to speak your mind. Every time I speak my mind, I'm lyrically critical. The pinnacle of being revolutionarily pivotal. Beyond anything ever studied that's metaphysical. Man, fuck a minority. I'm not politically minimal, but obviously terminologies that are statistical are manufactured to be unequivocally subliminal, transmitted by monopolized media visuals. So I riddle hypocritically pitiful criminals, habitually utilizing typical rituals with false pretense in attempts to be spiritual to individuals who believe in biblical miracles instead of themselves, cause they're not thinking original, and the color of their skin makes them feel invisible, like microscopic miscarriages lynched with the umbilical. Only a fucking imbecile would think they're uncorrectable, cause you're susceptible to becoming more than a spectacle. Remember that you're flesh and blood and your body's dissectable. I'll beat you until you're a vegetable and wake up in a hospital covered in poisonous chemicals, in a fetal position with your face sewn to your testicles, thinking that you were kidnapped by extraterrestrials. You got heart, I'm the blood that pumps in your ventricles. Technique, I'm like your soul, nigga, indispensable, with no respect for those who cower at the hour of revolution, because the government owes my people restitution instead of sedatives like cocaine and prostitution. Conclusion is that you'll have to violently silence me, cause I raid the airwaves at cutthroat piracy. In school my teachers blinded me, but now I can see. Now I'm mentally and revolutionarily free, broadening horizons about what my people could be if we wasn't set up to get shot, locked, or OD. You see, families bleed because of corporate greed, and monopolizing weed is virtually impossible, so it won't be legalized, and that's another obstacle. But I'm still rolling up pocketfuls of tropical. The government's involved directly, so it's unstoppable, like a nuclear rocket full of biochemical toxins that invade the ecological. Improbable that the average intellect could understand, so I encrypted this into hip-hop that's in high demand and spread it through the ghetto of every city like contraband. Stomp a man of any complexion with a devilish nature, cause I'm trying to save the earth, but you're just getting in line to rape her.
Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Welcome to your Towel Nightly News Update. It is 5:01 p.m. Eastern, U.S. Who the hell knows time. Nobody really knows what's going on. We're all just in charge. I've decided I just say things. Governments tend to listen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That's, I think, good for the world. The easiest way to get things done is without taking credit. I don't need any credit. I do want to be president, but, you know, just go out and do good things. You don't really need to give anyone credit, especially me. As long as good things happen, I'm down with it. God bless you. Anyway, so it's like 11, I'd say it's 11 p.m. in South Africa. That's Nikki time. Nikki's Towel girlfriend. She's wonderful. And it's 12:01. I can just include her in every intro. It's 12:01 in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 12:31 in Tehran, Iran. So it's Wednesday, April 15th, 2026. And it's Thursday, April 16th, 2026 in Tehran and Tel Aviv. So in that regard, I look forward to updating you on the day's events. The state of things is, as always, in perpetual flux. I don't really know how to explain what's going on right now, other than to tell you that both the Iran side and the American side want to meet again, and there's a deal that's close. Israel seems to be the biggest loser in all of this, specifically the Netanyahu government. I'll show you a little bit about what's been going on throughout the day. There has been a little bit of shelling in northern Israel and southern Lebanon, and Benjamin Netanyahu put out a ridiculous statement. But what I want to lead with is this almost remarkable. El Manah is a news channel in Lebanon. They are affiliated with Hezbollah. I think it's fair to say that. But I wouldn't exactly say they're just a mouthpiece. They do a lot of different journalism. They uploaded the beginning of their newscast tonight. This is kind of what a lot of people in Lebanon watch. Was simply incredible. I let you see the captions and like during the intro. That was a song called Mr. Wilmington by Lucky Boys Confusion. I liked it a lot. It had sort of an homage to Sons, and I thought that was very like relevant and timely to her speech. I'm going to just let this speech play so you can understand a little bit about what the people of Lebanon are hearing from their news channels. This is kind of a desk anchor doing a remarkable thing. Instead of just going into reading the news, which is kind of like, I'm a news channel, but I'm kind of pioneering my own thing. Oh, Shannon, it's so good to see you. Hello, how's everybody doing? Welcome, Courtney, welcome to the channel. So this is just a nightly news update. These are not very long, but I think I'd like you to listen to this so you can get a sense, because I think Lebanon is probably the most important part of this very precarious ceasefire, which may result in further talks in Islamabad on a date that could be as soon as Thursday of this week. There is no confirmation that the ceasefire is going to continue. Lebanon is a very, very big sort of sticking point because in normal course, under the previous geopolitical alignment in the Middle East, what would have happened is Iran, if they lost or were like cornered in the war, would have just sort of let Lebanon fall. But Iran forced the U.S. to get Israel to stop bombing Beirut. And it was really like Iran and the Pope and like half the world community. I'm going to show you this statement from the Lebanese news channel. It's not what you think. In the way that Lebanese news channels give you like an opinion is they have a journalist on the scene. And the way the journalist reports, like they highlight specific attacks. And it's more the framing that they use to explain events than it is direct, like, appeals to the people. I know it seems odd for an American audience who's very used to kind of a newsreader standing there and being like, listen, this is the worst thing you have ever seen. You know, like some senator dropped a pin on the floor and I'm mad. That's like what American journalists do. They just kind of look at the screen and yell. It's ridiculous. It's not a good style of journalism. I'm just telling you, this is not that. But the way this journalist is speaking to the camera may seem very normal for an American audience, but it's not. For a Lebanese television audience, their news is a lot harder. It's a lot like more like primary sources, journalists on the ground, and like, we're going to tell you what happened today. We're going to tell you where it happened. We're going to tell you who did what, and we're going to interview people on the ground, and we're going to put a journalist there during the bombing, and we're going to have them film, and then we're going to have them tell you what's happening behind them. That's the style of the news in Lebanon and a lot of the Middle East. There's no fluff. There's no admiral. It's just like regular reporters who have a lot of like backbone, just standing under bombs and being like, they bombed them over there and people are really hurt. There's a kid under the rubble. Like, it's very bad. It's just that all the time. They know what they're doing and they know how to do it. But my point is, I have to set this up because you won't understand the impact of it without this. This was the start of tonight's like major Lebanese news program. I shouldn't say there's like Al Mayadeen and there's Al Mana. There's different channels in Lebanon, and Al Jazeera Arabic and Al Jazeera English and probably Al Arabia and Free Palestine TV and Russia Today. There's channels that people watch in Lebanon pretty routinely. There's a lot of different like local outlets. I don't know them all. A lot of them are in Arabic. I only know the journalists and outlets that I actually follow on X and Translate. So my point is, there's not too many like national broadcasters in Lebanon. Al Mana is one of them. They're a very big television channel. I don't know if their building or Al Mayadeen's building was bombed. I think it was Al Mayadeen's building. One of them was just bombed during the war. Their news network, while I was watching it, just went down. They just put like black screen up and like a very intense sort of like music played during a time of mourning. It took them like 3 hours to get back on air from a garden in the back of someone's house. That was Al Mayadeen though. But what you have to understand is both these networks, when people call them Hezbollah affiliated, that just means like Hezbollah allows them to exist. You have to have permission from somebody in Lebanon to work as a journalist. Not because they're trying to censor, although that's part of it. It's more like you can't be Mossad. It's not like the journalist culture here. You got to actually care about the Lebanese people. They find out you're Mossad. A lot of Western news is intelligence. They're not going to screw with those people. They're not letting you in. You gotta be illegitimate, like, you gotta actually care. So a lot of the Western news is like, oh, Al-Manah, they're just Hezbollah affiliated. No, it just means that, like, Al-Manah doesn't have any, like, Western intelligence in it. So it's very authentic to the views of the people who they represent. Doesn't mean they represent 100% of the Lebanese people. The point is, a lot of people in Lebanon turned on their TV tonight and were met with a very odd dynamic where they don't get this kind of direct appeal. So that's enough intro. You wouldn't understand the weight of it. It would seem like for an American audience, I think a lot of people outside of America are like, yes, Grant, we understand. But for an American audience, this is going to seem very normal. It's abnormal. It was it was a sign that Lebanon has somehow obtained this sort of standing in the world where they feel willing to stand up to Israeli aggression in a way that I haven't really seen before. It's pretty inspiring. I'll show you what Pakistan said at the UN as well, but let's lead with this. Let's go ahead.
من صنعوا ثلاثاء العار.
She's talking about the meeting between the so Lebanon has a government, but it's not a real government. It has like a nominal government that like ostensibly keeps telling its people it's going to fight to stop Israel from taking Lebanese territory, and for years it has. But like this week it kind of caved, and it was so weird. I don't know what Israel did to the government of Lebanon, but like the government of Lebanon is the only government in the world. It's not even a government. The people who like are the prime minister and president of Lebanon, for some reason, are going to Washington and meeting with the Israeli government. Everyone hates the government of Israel. I don't mean to put this in like over exaggerated terms. Wait till you hear what Pakistan said at the UN. Mind you, Pakistan is the mediator between the UN, between the US and Iran. Okay, wait till you hear what Pakistan said. The only person in the world, the only country in the world, it's not even a country, the only people in the world that are being friendly to the Israeli government right now are for some reason the like nominal like Lebanese government. It's like Israel, Bibi is attempting to bribe them to make Lebanon a vassal state while Hezbollah is in the strongest position it's ever been in, with Iran backing it and the US stepping out of the way. It's the craziest situation I've ever seen. So when she says Shame Tuesday, she's referring to the meeting earlier, it was yesterday, I think, Tuesday, in Washington between the Lebanese administration and the U.S. administration and Israel. Like it caused like a very, very virulent backlash, but that's what she's referring to as Shame Tuesday.
في واشنطن سرعان ما لاقوا أربعاء الخيبة في بيروت. وكما سمعوا بالبيان الأمريكي حول اللقاء الذي جمعهم بالإسرائيلي من الإعلام وكل مضامينه أن تل أبيب غير معنية بطلبهم وقف إطلاق النار، سمعوا من الإعلام أيضا عن خبر موافقة واشنطن على طلب إيران وقف إطلاق نار كامل في لبنان كشرط أساس للعودة إلى طاولة المفاوضات في باكستان، وألزمت تل أبيب القبول به. وبحسب المصادر التي كشفت عن الخبر، فإن طهران جدولت شروطها لمفاوضة الأمريكي بأولوية حماية الدم اللبناني، فيما كانت سلطتنا السيدة الحرة المستقلة تستقل قطار التفاوض مع الصهيوني على دم أبنائها، وتهدي العدو الصهيوني نقاطا دون أي مقابل. فكما قال الشاعر بحكمة من عمق التاريخ العربي الأصيل: المرء يرفع نفسه ويهينها ويزينها بفعاله ويشينها. فماذا عسانا نقول بمن أهانوا أنفسهم والوطن وأهله ولم يحفظوا صورة عزته وبأس رجاله ودماء نسائه وأطفاله؟ لكن للوطن أبناء من صنوف أرزه الذي لا يشيخ وجباله التي لا تخر لمحتل أو غاز لئيم. هم أبناء بنت جبيل والطيبة والبياضة والخيام وأخواتهن، الذين يكتبون بملاحم البطولة فوق الصخر العنيد وتراب الحواكير أننا قوم لن يقدر علينا عدو ولن ينال من عزيمتنا متهاون أو متآمر. رجال يملؤون ليالينا وأيامنا عند جبهات الجنوب. يحمون ساحات بنت جبيل بالدم القاني وما أوتوا من عزيمة الصمود وصنوف الحديد والبارود التي أحالت دبابات العدو وجنوده إلى عصف مأكول. ولشدة البأس الذي ينزل على المحتل وينزل على المحتل في الميدان والصواريخ التي تتساقط على مستوطناته في عموم الشمال، كان الإقرار غير المسبوق بحجم الخسائر التي لم يكن بإمكانهم إخفاؤها، بل أقر إعلامهم أن ما يلاقيه جنودهم في بنت جبيل استنزاف لا يمكن تحمله. فأكد المقاومون من جديد أن بنت جبيل بحق قاهرة الغزاة. وحتى يتم الإعلان الرسمي عن وقف إطلاق النار في لبنان مع الخشية الدائمة من غدر العدو والانقلاب على الاتفاقات، فإن نيران المقاومين على غزارتها وتضحيات اللبنانيين على قداستها مع ارتفاع حدة المجازر الصهيونية بحق المدنيين والأبرياء والفرق الإسعافية التي يتعمد العدو استهدافها واغتيال طواقمها، وهي دماء غالية. كان للسلطة المتعنتة والمعاندة في لبنان تورط بسفكها لرفضها أن يشمل وقف إطلاق النار الذي فرضته إيران قبل أسبوع أن يشمل جبهة لبنان، كما أشار عضو كتلة الوفاء للمقاومة النائب حسن فضل.
Okay, so you can see the perspective. That is a very rare thing. Oh, hello, Bear and Tiffany Bob and Matthew and Mimi and Pete and Water Under the Fridge and all of you wonderful friends. And I know Ellie's here. Ellie's a baby goat. Mimi has a baby goat named Ellie. Okay, so if you're tuning in, I did start a little early. I was going to start at 5:30. I started at 5. I don't know how tired I'm going to get. I'm on Nikki time. So it's like 6 hours ahead. I get tired earlier. But it's okay. I'm very happy. I'm actually enthralled. I've never been so happy. I'm also happy because there's a ceasefire that might turn into a deal to end the war. So I'll explain to you a little more about that. But before we go to Israel's remarks, before we go to the remarks of Bibi Netanyahu, let's take a look at what Pakistan said today at the UN. Let's just say I heard from a lot of people about this, that this was taken very seriously. Before I give you the update from the U.S. press conference from the press secretary, let me just show you what Pakistan said today. I almost couldn't believe they said this. This was Pakistan speaking today at the UN. They were very upset at Israel. I'm just going to let you listen.
The representative of Pakistan has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor. Thank you.
Allow me to switch the screen. I have the map up twice. I do like the map, but we don't need the map twice. I have the map up twice. I'm going to get you the full screen. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm obliged to take the floor to respond to some comments. The representative of Israel perhaps did not listen attentively to all council members and other speakers in today's debate. And in our view, it is unacceptable, indeed ludicrous, for an aggressor, an occupier, a serial violator of UN Charter and international law, that is Israel, to abuse this chamber and disrespect the sanctity of this council. And this is not the first time. And by pointing fingers on others, baseless assertions primarily aimed at masking its own illegal actions and violations of international law. President, but that's not at all surprising. It is an occupier that does not listen to anyone, that does not pay heed to any advice, even from its friends, if there are any left, that refutes, and not just refutes, it threatens members of the international community, international media, international human rights and humanitarian organizations, doesn't listen to the ICJ or the ICC, and threatens the UN and its senior officials. And it does that with impunity, shielded by its apologists who time and again acquiesce in its illegal actions and defiance of the international community. And like all occupiers, despite being the aggressor, it feigns and plays the victim. But today it is totally exposed. President, this Council has spent decades discussing the situation in the Middle East and the Palestinian question. Meeting after meeting, we devote hours to this agenda. It is not because of anyone else. It is because of Israel that refuses to vacate its illegal occupation, and that blatantly violates the resolutions of this Council. It's because of that we have these discussions. Israel also chose to refer to an unrelated incident and make misleading remarks regarding Pakistan in an effort to justify its own illegal actions and violations of international law. Pakistan's position on that incident has been clearly stated and is publicly available. The international community is well aware of Pakistan's frontline role and sacrifices in the international community's fight against terrorism. The entire world, including our partners, acknowledge that Al-Qaeda was largely decimated due to Pakistan's counterterrorism efforts. And we remain committed in this global, collective endeavor. We cannot accept insinuations from an irresponsible rogue state that is, in fact, the perpetrator of worst kind of state terrorism that we are witnessing in Gaza and, in fact, in the occupied Palestinian territories for decades. And we reject any false analogy, as has also been done by Qatar. For whatever way it interprets the statements in this Council, the occupying power must go back and read carefully the statement issued by the Security Council today.
So, very strong words from Pakistan, and I need folks to understand that's not just Pakistan. Hi, Paul Sar, good to see you. Hi, it's so good to see you, Ben and Bear. I already said hi to Bear. Bear's wonderful, though. But let me tell you, all of you, let me tell you something important. Pakistan is a nuclear armed state. Pakistan is conducting the negotiations between Iran and the U.S. Do you think Pakistan went to the UN and said that without running it by them? You're out of your mind. They said that with the full permission of a lot of states. They went, like, it comes across as Pakistan saying it, but it's the world through Pakistan. That is the position of a majority of the states, including probably, I normally couldn't say this because very rarely do you get a position where someone's at the UN representing a state that's mediating between Iran and the US, but that's Pakistan. They are standing there saying that with the full blessing of the United States and Iran, They're doing that with permission. It was designed to be a message to Israel. And Israel sat there and took it. The ambassador looked like he was going to have like a heart attack. He looked like he had just lost his standing in the world community. There's a famous story. I don't remember. Might be in the Quran. I don't know where I was listening to this. I forget. I was learning about it the other day. I think it is in the Quran. But you'll have to forgive me because I don't know chapter and verse. I was just listening to a lecture about the Holy Quran. I think it was in the Holy Quran. Don't hold me to this because I was falling asleep. I was listening to a really interesting lecture about the history of Iran. This is either in the Quran or it's like adjacent or it's part of Iran's history. But don't quote me. It was like 1 in the morning. I was tired. I want to do more research. But let me tell you the story. So there's a story about an ambassador from, I want to say in like the 1100s, maybe the 800s. He was like an ambassador for the Roman Empire or something, and he was going to Persia. And he was like, he got a bad reputation or something on the way. He had like a goal going there. He wanted to like get resources from Persia for the Romans or something. So he goes there. And the Romans, or the Persian king at the time in the north of the country, of the empire, welcomes him in. And he kind of, I forget what happens. He like makes a bad joke or says something offensive to the king. And the king immediately like humiliates him, and the guy realizes that he's not going to be able to like be effective diplomatically in the capital. So he just leaves. Like he realizes right away he lost face, so he leaves. That's a very bad moment in international affairs. It's a message. Pakistan is not a rogue state. They're calling Israel, the leadership of Israel under Bibi, a rogue state. The reason the ambassador wasn't barking back, is like yelling, is because he knows if it's Pakistan, any other country, you might argue it's just like they were mad about a niche geopolitical issue and just wanted to like grandstand, which does happen. But that's not grandstanding, that's a message from the United States and Iran. It's exactly what I thought the position was. I was 100% right. Pakistan cannot go up in the UN while ceasefire negotiations are ongoing between the U.S. and Iran and say that without the blessing of U.S. and Iran. And they both blessed it because they think Bibi's a problem. And I promise you, just like the woman on Lebanese TV said, the anchor woman, there is no doubt in my mind that Iran was like, Mr. President Trump, we are the ones who have the missiles. Stop them from bombing Lebanon. It's not a separate issue. And you know what that does? Geopolitics is a realist game. It's not a question of norms, of like what you want to happen. It's a question of what happens. You can want a lot of things to happen. What happens is what defines the historical record, and Iran's going to come out of this as the power. I'll show you the video they put up before. I'm going to listen to Bibi, but he makes me so mad. Bibi is the problem. It's not even the state of Israel. I think a lot of people think that the people of Israel are kind of held hostage by Benjamin Netanyahu. I really do. I really think the world is sympathetic to them. It's kind of like all of us are just like, what do we do with this man? Can't he just go away?
שממשיכים לעמוד איתן. במקביל כוחותינו ממשיכים להכות בחיזבאללה. הלחימה מתמקדת בבן ג'בייל. בן ג'בייל זו הייתה בירת חיזבאללה בדרום לבנון. זה המקום שחסן נסראללה אמר לפני 26 שנים, הישראלים הם קוראי עכביש. אנחנו עומדים להכריע את בן ג'בייל, אנחנו עומדים בעצם לחסל את המעוז הגדול הזה של חיזבאללה. במקביל נתתי אתמול הנחיות לצה"ל להמשיך לעבות את אזור הביטחון, וגם לפרוס אותו מזרחה למורדות החרמון, כדי שנוכל לעזור עוד יותר טוב לאחינו הדרוזים בשעת מצוקה. במקביל אנחנו מנהלים משא ומתן עם לבנון. המשא ומתן הזה לא התקיים 40 שנה ומעלה. זה מתקיים עכשיו כי אנחנו מאוד חזקים והמדינות באות אלינו, לא רק לבנון. במשא ומתן עם לבנון שני יעדים מרכזיים. אחד, פירוק חיזבאללה, ושניים, שלום בר קיימא, שלום מתוך עוצמה. ויש עוד דבר כמובן, ידידינו האמריקנים מעדכנים אותנו כל הזמן על המגעים שלהם עם איראן. המטרות שלנו ושל ארצות הברית זהות. אנחנו רוצים לראות החומר המועשר מוצא מאיראן, אנחנו רוצים לראות ביטול של יכולת ההעשרה בתוך איראן. וכמובן, אנחנו רוצים לראות את פתיחת המיצרים. מוקדם מדי לומר איך הדבר הזה יסתיים, או איך הוא אפילו יתקדם. ולקראת האפשרות שהלחימה תחודש, אנחנו ערוכים לכל תרחיש.
Yeah, it's over. He knows. He's so desperate. When you have to say you're strong, you're weak. That's a classic axiom in international relations. I've never seen Bibi so weak. The state of Israel is actually surprisingly strong because it's people are being protected by someone other than Bibi. Bibi was using them as bargaining chips. He didn't care. You think Bibi cared that the bombs were raining down? No. He was thrilled. He was probably going to bed every night, just thrilled. Okay, he's the only person in the world that was happy about the bombs dropping all over the world. He was thrilled. He's a sadist. Whatever the word is for someone who likes death, that's him. The dude has 300,000 bodies on him. The dude has more bodies on his soul than any other human in the history of mankind, like in the 21st century. I've looked at it. Nobody has more bodies. There's never, like, maybe natural disasters, but that's not a body. A body is when a person takes a life. That man, because of his orders, and you can't argue that because you didn't personally do it. When you're the head of a government and you run the military, the buck stops with you. It's really scary. It really is. It's incredibly scary. He has more bodies on him than almost anyone else. I think it's actually possible that in the past 26 years, no human being has more bodies on his conscience than Bibi Netanyahu. I don't know how he's still, like, going to bed at night. It must have to really sedate him. Bro, you can't sleep after you've killed 300,000 people. How can you do that? I don't care how you justify it to yourself. You just feel the weight of it. Are you kidding me? Dude, one body. I would, like, even if it was like a defense of another person, it would be on me forever. Like, even if I took that person's life to save 100 people, I'd be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Like, I'd remember their name. I'd have to know their mom and dad. I'd do their genealogy. I would be like, listen, they were probably, like, really struggling, or they were violent, or they had a psychotic break, whatever. They shouldn't have, like, threatened that other person's life, and to the point where I had to intervene. I feel guilty about taking their life. I want to know about them. One person would be enough. He's killed 300,000 people, maybe more. He doesn't care. He has to go. And that message, I feel so comfortable saying it now, because that message from Pakistan could only have been delivered if it's the universal position of the world community. It's not the state of Israel. No one has a problem. As far as I'm aware, I don't think anyone actually has a problem with a lot of the citizens of Israel right now. You don't hear that rhetoric out of Hezbollah. They really don't associate I think they don't like the government, Bibi's government. They really draw a line. I think they see a lot of the citizens of Israel as strangely sympathetic to the cause of not, like, murdering civilians, which is the first time in history this has ever happened, and it's also the first time in history Bibi's ever been cornered. He's done. The war is going to end. He's going to be left answering to Iran, and it's exactly what he deserves. And you know what the people of Israel are going to do? They're going to say, oh my goodness, Bibi screwed up so bad that Iran is now a geopolitical force in the region, and they're respected and seen as the moral authority. What has he done? And then they're going to vote him out of office, if he even gets through his trial. He's on trial for corruption. He's out of his mind. He's actually out of his mind. I can't believe he's going on this path. It's wild. I can't believe history is playing out this way. This is unlike anything that's happened in the past 27 years. I don't think if you asked anyone before this war if Bibi Netanyahu would come out as cornered and the villain and abandoned by the U.S. administration under President Trump, anyone would have said, oh yeah, Oh yeah, I mean, like, listen, like, that's on the cards. That's like 80%. Things could go the other way, but yeah, I mean, Bibi Netanyahu getting cornered, yeah, that's on. No, this isn't like an almost unbelievably incredible outcome. I think the Pope pulled this off. Not because he's political, he just wanted it done. He didn't like Bibi's influence. That's my read. I'd not talk to the Pope, but I would talk to the Pope. But my opinion of how the Pope's been moving, this was the Pope. It was like no one else could make this happen in the way, like, based on peace and love and like Iran and the US being friends. I know Pakistan's really good at what it does, but I have to say Pakistan's a little bit of a frontier for the Pope. Like, there's no way the Pope could hold these discussions. It would be too radicalized. Instead, the Pope's like just kind of like middlemaning it. He's a G. He's the smartest Pope I've ever seen. I've only seen a few popes because I've only been alive for 36 years. I didn't like Benedict. I thought Pope Francis was what the church needed to like heal itself, but he was a little too radical. He caused some like fissions within the church, but he did such a good job. When he died, I was very excited. And then Pope Leo, oh, just hit it out of the park. Listen, greatest Pope we've ever seen, and he's only been around for like 3 years as Pope. He's a G. He's going to go down like in the modern history as the person who revived the Catholic faith. Pope Francis deserves a lot of credit for actually taking the hit and like putting himself out there. They could have easily, Benedict could have got arrested. He almost got arrested because he was the head of the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith in Germany in the 80s. The Germans were going to arrest Benedict. They had the means to do it. They negotiated his retirement. Because Benedict the 11th, or 16th, I think it was the 11th, Benedict the 11th, when he was Papa Ratzinger, he was in charge of this office. It was very controversial. Like, the church changed its internal canon, 904 to be specific. I don't know if it's A or B. It might be A, it might be B. They had to change it in order to, like, move priests around. The reason why is prior to, like, 1962, you had to report violations of the Sacrament of Penance to the local police. After 62, it was like a secret papal bull called Crimean Solicitationes. You had to report it internally only. You couldn't go to the cops. It's like church law, so it's a little different. It's called canon law. So the way that canon law is enforced is not by courts. It's by something called a papal bull or a papal encyclical. A papal bull is kind of like an order from the Pope to all the bishops. And then the bishops and cardinals like kind of like issue it. This one in particular was really shady. They ordered it be held in the box of like the local like church leaders around the world. They had to store it in a like under lock and key. It was called Crimean Solicitationes. It translates from the Latin to the English to mean the crime of solicitation. It's a very fancy way of saying a violation of the Sacrament of Penance is like doing bad things to a parishioner. It means a lot more than that, but I'm trying to transliterate this. Like, if you are a priest and someone is in your care and you do something bad, that's what we're talking about. A violation of the Sacrament of Penance is doing it like while you're supposed to be administering like a sacrament, which is even worse under the church law. But anyone who's entrusted to your care that you like hurt, you have seriously violated church law. Like, there is a church law. It's called canon law. The church is complicated. It's run by something called the Curia, which is like the government. The Curia of Rome is what you probably know as the conclave, but it's more complicated because the Curia is actually like an administrative function of the Holy See. So it's more like there's departments of the Curia. It's very complex. They're like, they call themselves, they have like different like Latinized names for the divisions of the like Roman state, the Vatican state. You really have to understand the church to understand how it functions as a government. It is a government. People don't understand. They think it's just the Pope with like some like priests around him. No, it's like this whole, it has a bank. It has like a financial department. It has a press department. It has like a what you would call like a consultative body, which is the Curia, which is kind of like the cardinals who advise the Pope. And then it has like nested within it, like a bunch of different administrative divisions, and one of them is called the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. This specific body, in particular in Germany in the 80s, got like every report of priests abusing kids, and then they stamped, like Papa Ratzinger, single, like by himself, stamped every approval to move them. So he was going to get arrested and charged with crimes against humanity. And like Pope Francis, I think, like, or somebody negotiated with the Germans. I think it was the Germans, because that's where he was the like head of the congregation. I think it's called the prefect of the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. So anyway, that's like why Pope Francis was elected, because like the church was about to get in a lot of trouble. They paid a lot of money. They lost so much money, it's almost inconceivable. They had to sell a lot of their property in the United States. Like, they sold it mostly to like church adjacent groups that would respect the holy site. Like, for example, they had to sell this Cardinal's mansion in Brighton around me in Boston, and it's like, it would have been really like wrong, like religiously, to let a developer build there, because the Pope stayed there in 1992. I think it was Pope John Paul. I don't remember. I was 3 years old. I went with my Nana. She told me, but I don't. At least, like, we were in the area. It was hard to go because there were so many people that came to see the Pope in Boston in like 92 that you couldn't go to the Boston Common. You couldn't stand on it because there was no room. They filled the whole park. So anyway, the point is, the Pope came to Boston in 92, and he drove at the end of his like rally. He gave a mass on like the biggest public park. He drove up Com Ave. And he came to this place in Brighton, which was the Cardinal's mansion at the time. It's where Cardinal Law lived. And there's this room up there, and the Holy Father went up and stayed the night. It's like the most sacred room in the area. You can't go in it unless you know somebody. You can like go there as a museum, but you can't go to the room unless you know somebody at Boston College, like one of the Jesuits. It's a very sacred space. And so the problem is, the church had to sell like the all of Brighton campus, like the archdiocese had to sell it. And it's like this very complex, like wooded, like nature area. And like if they sold that to a developer, it would have been worth so much money. And like they had to find a way to like get its fair value without turning it into like a very, like just destroying a sacred space. So they sold it to Boston College, who left, like, God bless Boston College, which is basically the Jesuits, but it's an independent, like, administered, like, board. They, like, paid for that. God bless them. They are one of the few universities that really makes good use of their money in the United States. They don't, like, hoard it. They spent the money to buy that land for multiple reasons. They needed to like a space for the baseball team, so they like did like very far away behind the seminary, like half a mile down from the Cardinal's mansion. They rebuilt their baseball field. And then what they did was they left the theological ministry library from St. John's Seminary like exactly as it was. They used that as TML, like the theology ministry library, for the main campus network. You have to read a lot of religious books at Boston College. You have to like take a philosophical undergraduate curriculum and a theological undergraduate curriculum, and you have to do community service. It's a very good school to like mold your child into like a person who's willing to do things for others just because it's the right thing to do. But anyway, so Boston College like lost money on this like easily. Like they probably gained what they wanted, which was space. But it wasn't like they didn't build dorms on it. They didn't like they didn't monetize it. They just left it there. And now it's kind of just this big open green space. It's the only, they did a very noble thing actually. It's the only open green space kind of, well, there's the reservoir, but it's the only open like park in that area of Brighton. It's just completely open. You can walk in there. They're pretty chill about it. If you went there, you can hang out. Like if you're an alumni, they'll let you go there. My point is the church barely saved itself, and that's why they used Pope Francis. He was like an apology for Pope Benedict, and now we have Pope Leo, who's just, I think he single-handedly solved the war. I was thinking about it this morning. I really think it's him. I wanted to talk to him. I would love, I can't like invite myself to Rome, but if I just want to meet the Holy Father. I feel like it would be such an honor, and I just have to ask him in private, like, was it you? Because I really think it was him. I just have this feeling. I'll show you the Lego video, by the way. Speaking of the Holy Father, that was an intro to the Lego video I wanted to show you, but I just got really excited telling you about the Holy Father. I get a little excited about history and things like that. So if I ever just start ranting, you can one time I ranted. So we were doing legal research on a case that the president referenced in a press conference. I went for 2.5 hours. Someone had to message me on the phone and be like, Grant, calm down. All right. So speaking of the Pope, here's Iran's newest Lego video. You gotta love the Lego videos from Iran.
Yeah.
There's another one about the Pope too.
The Iranian president picked up his phone and read about the Jesus image at dawn. The man who leads the country at war decided something that crossed the line. In Islam, Jesus is a prophet, not a costume for a social post. So he typed the words nobody expected from the side that matters to him most. I condemn the desecration of Jesus, the prophet of peace and brotherhood. He said it to defend the Pope while his warships held their position where they stood. The Pope was on a plane to Africa unaware his enemy just had his back. The White House communications room had no protocol for that. 40,000 troops in Hormuz, weapons pointed at each other's coast. And somewhere in that standoff a statement nobody could have forecast. The Catholic congregation read it on their phones in a church in Ohio still lit by candles. The priest read it too, nobody had the words to handle. A Quran opened on a desk in Iran, Jesus' prophet, 3rd verse. The theological bridge that war couldn't burn, for better or for worse. The world map showed the lines connecting Vatican to Iran and gold. Two enemies defending the same figure, that's a story nobody told. Trump deleted the image, said it was him as a doctor. But the Iranian president already sent the post and the world got a little odder. No surrender to the simple narrative, we hold the line, all of us. Sometimes your enemy makes more sense than the people you can trust. The Pope read the Iranian statement somewhere over the African coast. Expression moving through surprise to something like, oh, of course. The world is stranger than any map, stranger than any war. Two men on opposite sides of everything agreeing on what Jesus is for. Standing by, the warship still in position.
You know, we got another one coming for one. This one goes out to our buddy One.
The servers lit up at midnight. One image, one account, one post. Nobody planned for 94 million, but that's the number that matters most. White robes and golden light, AI pixels arranged just so. The leader of the free world decided the world needed to know. The Vatican window opened early, white robe and gold cross at dawn. The phone said what it said, and the morning calm was gone. Gray hair reading a small screen, expressions moving through the stages. This is what the information age does to institutions that count in centuries, not pages. The Italian prime minister called it unacceptable, which was the 17th time that word was used this week. The press room filled with cameras and the statement they were waiting for to speak. The internet is not a place, it's a condition. 47 million likes is not a joke, it's a position. The church was full on Tuesday. The priest had notes, the congregation had phones. The sacred and the viral, sharing the same bones. Street corner, Latin America. Some laughed, some argued, some just stared. An AI image of a leader, dressed in light they never would have dared. The communication communications room had no protocol for this. Some had heads and hands, one was laughing, nobody knew what the brief was. The meme factory ran at capacity. The response content launched in waves. The server farm hit maximum. The cooling system worked in graves. Delete button visible, not pressed. 94 million and climbing, that's the rest. No surrender to the algorithm. We feed it what it wants. The Pope closed his window, the post stayed up. God and the internet both work in ways nobody fully understands. Standing by, still uploading, still spreading, still glowing. 94 million, and the count keeps going.
Alright, we have a special request from Addy Pupils. This is going out to our friend Juan. You know, he's gonna get punished when he does bad things in the chat. I'm gonna play these videos. This is gonna, every time one says hello, we're playing the videos. So, Addy Pupils, this one goes out to you. Oh, you weren't kidding. Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, we're in trouble. You can get the girls dancing for this. Oh, they're better than our own producers. Best Christian music in 30 years. Listen, if you can't get down to pro-Christian music with a bop, there's something wrong with you. Listen, I've never heard, listen. Kanye did Jesus Walks, Kanye, where is this? Where is the pro-Jesus music with a bop from the hood? What is going on? How did Iran make a popular song about Jesus before an American artist? Listen, this is what America deserves. I demand this be played in every city. We are going to start playing pro-Jesus Iranian, Punjabi-inspired, anti-American government music. That's it. I'm calling it this the greatest thing. There is a pro-Jesus rap song, listen, and it's actually decent. Oh goodness, Jesus is back. I'm calling it, Jesus is back. This is wonderful. I'm just in such a great mood. Who knew that Iran would bring Jesus back with a little help from the Pope? The Pope was just like, the Pope pulled a little like Fernando Torres kicking it over to Messi on Barca. The little Xavi Alonso in the background, you know, just tee it up and let the Iranian memers like hit it home. Yes, absolutely. Pope Leo and the Iranians helped us bring about a situation where there are now pro-Jesus rap songs that have a good beat. Oh, this is the absolute, Hegel is just absolutely thrilled. Hegel's looking down or up. I don't know where Hegel is. He's just like, listen, the historical dialectic has made manifest. We're moving forward in history. There are pro-Jesus rap songs with a better beat than anything put out by any producer in America. And Iran is the one that made it happen with an assist from the Pope. That's it. We're listening to another one. I love everything about this hashtag pro-Jesus rap songs hashtag thank you Iran. This is great. There's a pro-Jesus rap song. Oh, I'm having a great day. Oh goodness. My heart is just a flutter. It's not just because of Nicki. It's also because there's a pro-Jesus rap song. Listen, Creed was so lame. I'm sorry, Creed. Like, it was so corporate, bro. It was like that song, like, We Built This City on Rock and Roll, embodying a critique of corporate gentrified rock music while being corporate gentrified rock music. Listen. There has not been a pro-Jesus rap song that was somewhat decent since Kanye made Jesus Walks, and even that I was a little bit confused about. I mean, good for Kanye. I think his mom was a big influence on him, but then he got rich, and the problem in America is every musician becomes really wealthy and then sells their soul. But Kanye, when he was like originally coming out, bro, Jesus Walks and Hey Mama, that was some good music. The point is, we haven't had a pro-Jesus rap song with a decent beat in 27 years, or like whatever it is, 22 years. I demand satisfaction. I didn't know it would come from Iran. I'm having the time of my life. Oh, you can't imagine my just bliss. I demand this be played on the radio. I'm calling the radio. Play the pro-Jesus rap song. Just call the radio and be like, listen, I am a consumer of your radio station. I know no one listens to the radio, but I demand you play the pro-Jesus rap song. They'll probably be like, oh my goodness, someone called us. I didn't think we were still a thing. It'll be hilarious.
Our inbox is flooded with Americans saying they don't watch the news.
They do watch Towel News, though.
Listen to our songs instead. Social media is full of shit. Let's keep it 100 and talk reality. 5,000 years of Persian soul, of poetry and light. You sold nuclear threat to every camera in sight, but our leader said nukes are haram on record clear. The real atomic arsenal, Tel Aviv, my dear. The IAEA in the building, they've been watching the file. Israel's undeclared warhead stacked up mile by mile. You weaponized the fear of Iran to fund the machine, while AIPAC lobbied Congress and pocketed your team. While soldiers bleed for Bibi's dream. Your son-in-law cashed $2 billion from the Saudi regime, Kushner. Your lobby chain is tight as choking out the globe. While your
Who do you think owns the balloon? Who do you think owns the balloon payment on 666 Fifth Avenue? Shh, that was MBZ.
Wake up, America, open your eyes to the
okay.
Epstein, pedophile ruler, sacrificing for Israel's line. Wake up, America, open your eyes to the devil's design. The world's watching your move. Feed the swine. Epstein's Island, 40 plus flights on the log. You the main character, Jeffrey was just a prologue. You act like a savior, but you're leaving bodies cold. How many nations have you broken? How many lies have you sold? Vietnam, Japan, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Panama, Syria, Germany, Serbia, Indonesia, Cuba, Sudan, Pakistan, Egypt, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Yemen. We're bringing you freedom, bro. They never asked for that. Retribution is coming with a storm you can't tame. Iran doesn't forget, and we're coming for the game. Spoiler alert.
The reason they used a pink missile is there was this cute girl in Iran. She was a little girl. She was like, I want the IRGC to make me a pink missile. They made her a pink missile. I mean, come on. I'm not, like, I'm just an analyst here, but that's why they always do the pink missile thing. I gotcha.
Israel's final war? It's against y'all. Take it seriously. Before it's too late. They're just using you for now. Want to see the real truth? Watch how they talk on Jesus. Don't say I didn't warn you.
It is kind of cute that people think Israel's nukes are gonna fire. I mean, listen, I don't know nothing about nothing, but you really think they're gonna fire? No chance. Bro, Stuxnet, you ain't seen nothing yet. You think Israel's gonna be able to shoot a nuke without the US's permission? Bro, we didn't make them take Trident and Polaris, but I'm sure we forced Trident and Polaris on them. A form of it. They're dual key technologies, bro. You're not firing a nuclear weapon without the US's permission. Everyone knows that those missiles aren't going to work when they go to fire them. It's the worst kept secret in Washington. Maybe with our permission, but not without it. They're irresponsible and a rogue state under their current government. No chance are they firing those weapons. They can go to fire them, the button's not going to work. It might work, but the missile's not going to work. Come on. You don't think we saw that coming? Well, of course we did. As long as the U.S. was cool with it, like, come on. There's no way that Israel was going to be allowed to fire a nuclear weapon based on technology they stole from the United States without permission. Are you kidding me? All that defense money comes with, like, we're in you all day. Every facility, every single operation, every army unit. You think you're running us? Once we get through the political blackmail, we're in every place that you have, everywhere. Those missiles will not work. I promise you, they stole them from the United States. They stole the technology. They didn't, like, get a spy or something from another country like North Korea did through Pakistan. No, they sent an agent to the United States who stole the technology to build the nukes. And then they were like, whoopsie. No, bro. No, you don't get to do that. I've been so mad about that for a long time. It was completely inappropriate. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I want to play the song again. I want to play the last one. That last one was really good. I'm saving this one forever. This is the best, like, rap song about Jesus I've ever heard. I mean, come on now. Rap song about Jesus. We'll play the White House press secretary. Okay, fine. Fine. But then we're listening to the rap song about Jesus again. I mean, come on. Even one likes a rap song about Jesus. Here's the latest from the White House press secretary.
Yes, so
This was earlier today. We can watch the press conference. We don't need it. She only said a few things relative to our coverage. She was bloviating about something. She wasn't quite waffling. I don't think she knows how to waffle. She's cool. I like Caroline Leavitt. Like, she's a good press secretary, but she bloviates a little bit. Like, just answer the question. Like, just don't say more than what they're asking. She likes to talk, which is fine. Like, I want my press secretary to talk, but, like, these press are sharks. So yeah, talking, it can sometimes, she's really good compared to the first Trump administration. She's the best press secretary that President Trump has had. Her strength is how fast she talks, but you'll notice she does, because she uses a lot of words. She opens a few doors. She's getting better at it. I like her as a press secretary. She knows how to tame these kind of, like, ridiculous press corps. Oh, by the way, this is the room we're turning into a pool. So I'm knocking this down. Bro, this is the stupidest, most unbecoming press room for a president. No. Come on. It's like 20 feet across. And look at them. They look like a bunch of idiots. Why is the press corps for the most powerful man in the world standing around like a bunch of sardines? What is this? No. I'm turning this back into a pool. This specific room is JFK's pool. I'm going to put the original stuff. I'm going to let them take all their plaques to the, like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them an office like 20 feet behind where the camera is in the West Wing. And 4 to 6 of them can be in there per day. They got to figure it out. They can figure out their traveling pool. The pool's going to be the pool. They're going to sit in the West Wing all day. We're not having this, like, the president has a call time and you can come. No, bro. They can wake up and meander into their little office in the West Wing, like 6 of them, and they'll love it, okay? But we're getting rid of this stupid thing, all right? We're getting rid of this whole thing. I'm knocking it down, this whole room, and I'm rebuilding JFK's pool right here. It's going to be a lap pool, and we're just going to swim in it with Nikki. And then you can come hang out in it too. And then I'm repainting these walls exactly how JFK had them. Okay, exactly the same. And then I'm gonna swim in the pool. Alright, that's how I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna play Immortal Technique. I'm gonna smoke. And I'm gonna swim in the pool. Alright, it's gonna be great. I might do interviews in the pool. I'll think about it. They don't have to wear bathing suits. That would be a little weird. They can just stand next to the pool and be like, Mr. President, I have a question. And I'll be like, I'm in the pool. What do you want? And they'll be like, well, there's this, like, policy debate. And I'll be like, well, you've interrupted my pool time, but I'll answer you. It'll be great. You don't understand. The point is, then I'm going to do the press conferences in the EOEB, in the auditorium. We're not doing the press conferences in this little cramped, stupid room. It makes me feel claustrophobic. I hate it. It's unbecoming. It looks like it's from the 1970s. Tradition is important, but, like, this is stupid. We're getting rid of this stupid room. I hate this room. I've had a problem with it for 25 years. I hate this room. It's so stupid. I hate it. I hated it in the 90s. I hate it now. We're getting rid of it. I'm knocking it down. Listen, they're going to be fine with the new arrangement. They're going to learn to love it. You know, President Towel, or How I Stopped Worrying and Learned to Love the Pool that was the press room. Hashtag give Towel his pool and his paintings back. It's going to be great. So anyway, I'm knocking this whole thing down, and then I'm going to build a pool. Then we're going to do a press conference where at least 500 of them can come over in the other auditorium. It's across the street in the EOEB. It's the old executive office building. We're going to do it there. I don't know if they call it the Treasury building now. That might be to the left. I don't know. I want it in the EOEB, and I want it in the auditorium, and I want 500 of them there. But we're not doing it in this stupid room. I swear, you put me in that room, I'm not answering any questions. I'm just going to yell at them about how it's a stupid room, and if you make me do a press conference in that room, I'm kicking them all out. I'm bringing in the contractors myself, and I'm tearing up the damn floor while the cameras roll. I'm not going in that stupid room.
Saw some reporting, again, bad reporting this morning, that we had formally requested an extension of the ceasefire. That is not true at this moment. We've remained very much engaged in these negotiations, in these talks. You heard from the Vice President directly and the President this week that these conversations are productive and ongoing, and that's where we are right now. I've also seen some reporting about the potentiality for in-person discussions again. Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal. The president mentioned that in his interview yesterday, and it's obviously in the best interest of Iran to meet the president's demands. I think he's made his red lines in these negotiations very clear to the other side, and so we are continuing to see how these conversations go.
Would those talks be in Islamabad, or where would they be the next round?
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the president. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the president feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to. Yes.
Okay, so I want to just reiterate, that's what the word out of the White House was after Pakistan said what it said about Israel at the UN. All right? All right. Now I'll let you listen to what the Pope said about his visit to the mosque in Algeria yesterday.
I think the visit to the mosque was significant to say that although we have different beliefs, we have different ways of worshiping, we have different ways of living, we can live together in peace. I think the visit...
Very nice message there from the Holy Father. Now, speaking of the Holy Father, these are scenes from Cameroon today. I think this will be very nice, where the Holy Father was at the Nugal Zamba orphanage in Yaoundé, Cameroon, and he was singing the Magnificent in Latin along with the students at the school. I thought it was very touching. You don't hear a lot of Latin. So let's take a listen to this wonderful, serene rendition of the Magnificent in Latin with Pope Leo leading the chorus. He was actually not singing. Initially, you'll see it, the chorus is singing to him. It's kind of like a presentation to show you learned Latin. It's a very formal educational tool to have someone learn a song in Latin. It's a way to teach a declination language. The Pope is so proud of them. He starts singing in Latin with them. Wait till you see this. It's wonderful. It's a great uplifting moment for humanity. He starts singing with them, it's great. What a great moment. The Pope is, everyone loves the Pope. They'll remember that for the rest of their life. Leading them down the street singing, "The Pope is great. He's in Africa having the time of his life," and those kids are loving it. Look at the vibes. Now tell me that his vibe isn't good, bro. Those kids would look weird if he wasn't cool. He's cool. Everyone is thrilled. Look at the nuns. They can't believe the Pope just let a conga line. That was not planned. He asked the leader, he just asked if he could do that. He's great. He's having so much fun. Oh, the Pope is great. How can you not love the Pope? The Pope was having the time of his life. He was like, you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna join in on this. It was meant to be, so it's really, he gets an itinerary. It kind of tells him what they're gonna do. No surprises. So they told him, like, you're gonna go there and they're gonna sing the Magnificent for you in Latin. And he was probably, that's great. I can't wait to do that. And the goal is, it's supposed to be them. It seems weird. They're not serenading him. They're presenting to him that they learned the song. It's like a very formal sort of like, it's a way of showing respect to the Pope. And so let's just say, that the way that the Pope then decided to, you can tell when you do something that's like, as a leader, you can do whatever you want, but you can't. Diplomatic protocol is specific. If you deviate from the plan, like, it's time to the second. So if you are supposed to stay in there and just look at them, and you can't just go sit down. You have to say to the guy who brought you to the church, like, I want to sit with them. Is that okay? And then he's got to ask the other guy, and you all got to sit there. That's what they did. That's what Pope Leo was doing right here. If you saw the moment where the Pope is kind of meeting with them, he's asking them, he's being very respectful because it's not his country. He's a guest. He's asking if he can sit with them to sing with them. He's so respectful. And look at the vibe. And they all are like, yeah, I mean, it's their leader of the church. And they're like, I can't believe he's asking us for permission to sit and sing with those girls. And kids. They were thrilled. He was thrilled. Everybody was so happy. I can't even tell you how happy everyone was. Oh, by the way, did you know we have a Discord? Rayman just joined the Discord. It's a public chat. If you join the Discord by clicking on the thing, I'm going to give Rayman I gave Rayman the Super Towel role. I'm giving Rayman Towel Friend and then also Founding Member. You get 2 roles. I meant to give you 2 roles. You have a special green username. So if you check out the Discord, it's just like a public chat, okay? It's pretty cool. I enjoy it. It's nice. You can click on the Discord link. It's a really easy way to interact with me and various other peoples. It's pretty cool. I like it. So, yeah, it's a nice way to sort of, take a look at the various people who like to engage. We chat in the morning, and I just waved at Rayman, so that was fun. Alright, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you would like to get yourself recented, I'm going to show you now some footage from Hezbollah that they released in the last hour. Now we're going to shift away from the wonderful Pope giving us some wonderful inspiration with the children of Africa. And I'm going to take you to some footage released from Hezbollah in the last hour. It's from April 7th, but it was only released in the last hour. This is footage of Hezbollah targeting Kiryat Shimona. This is the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. It's not an attack today. They release it with some latency. It is an attack from April 7th, just to be clear. We're technically in a ceasefire. There's nothing being fired right now, which is very positive. Everyone wants that.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إلى مجاهدي المقاومة الإسلامية، أقبل أيديكم وأرجلكم وجباهكم العالية، ونشد على أيديكم أن تلقنوا العدو درسا لن ينساه، ونحن أطفالكم ندعو لكم في كل صلاة في الثبات في الميدان الذين تسطرون فيه ملاحم البطولة وعزتنا وكرامتنا، وندعو إلى جرحاكم بالشفاء القريب وشهدائنا بالرحمة في فسيح جنته. إلى آباء الشهداء وأمهات الشهداء، نعزيكم بشهدائنا الأبطال الأبرار الذين نفخر بهم ولن ننساهم إلى الأبد. وإلى قائدنا الشيخ نعيم قاسم حفظه الله من طفلة بلدتنا، أقدم تحياتي إلى مجاهدي المقاومة الإسلامية. أنا فاطمة الزهراء أحبكم كثيرا، ونحن نحبك يا فاطمة الزهراء، وإن شاء الله هي الرمية تكون مسددة ببركة مولاتنا وسيدتنا فاطمة الزهراء صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام على القادة العظام. تحتلوش الهم، في رجال ما بتنهز، لا تأخذها في الله لومة لائم. يا صاحب الزمان، انتظار عند الرمي. نوينا هذه المهمة كلها.
What is that? Is that an artillery cannon?
يا صاحب الزمان، يا فاطمة الزهراء، خص راسك اليد شوي. قولوا يا رب، قولوا يا رب. يا صاحب الزمان، يا فاطمة الزهراء، يا حيدر الكرار، يا ذاهب القلب. ايش حالك هيك؟ ايزي يا صاحب الزمان، يا فاطمة الزهراء، يا فاطمة الزهراء، يا فاطمة الزهراء. يلا محمد. الله أكبر. يا أمير المؤمنين، أنا رضيت أمرك يا زهراء، يا فاطمة الزهراء. الله أكبر.
Well, Hezbollah's timing is nothing if not impeccable. By the way, there's two pronunciations of Hezbollah. There's one is Hezbollah, the other is Hezbollah. They are both correct. You can spell it either way. The UNIFIL uses Hezbollah, You can also use Hezbollah. Either one is fine. I haven't heard that sound in a while. Is it weird that that sound actually... It has a really weird effect on me cognitively. It brings me into this... By the way, someone asked, why do I use a monotone? It's because I've seen 43 Days of Death. You can't report on death with an emotional tone. It will wear you down. You want to hear me be emotional? Watch some of those rockets hit Tel Aviv. But I realized I can't just scream. Even if people are dying, you can't do that as a newscaster. It's not appropriate. It's okay for them to scream on the ground, but you can't be screaming if you're a newscaster. Unless something, unless you're watching a live camera and something happens that is so horrifying that you just can't put it into words. But even that is very rare. I think Hezbollah is trying to make a point. They've been firing every couple hours, but that was an oddly timed firing. There's going to be some drone impacts. I think it's in the top city. What's that called again? Oh, wait a minute. It's not even aligned right. Yeah, it's just the map flying. It's Slomi. There might be more incoming. It's Slomi and the north area, north of Neratanya. Hezbollah's in a war. Israel won't stop. Netanyahu should not have continued. They're just continuing to fire. Hezbollah will keep firing. They have control over the ability to hit northern Israel, and every time Bibi does something dumb, he doesn't listen to anything but force. So Hezbollah shells or fires drones at northern Israel. As we're watching a video that Hezbollah put out last hour of them with an artillery cannon just shelling northern Israel, Bibi simultaneously trying to sabotage the Iran-US peace talks by attacking southern Lebanon, which of course is leading Hezbollah to try to teach Bibi that he doesn't really have hand right now, so they're firing back, showing that they won't get consequences for firing back. And then Bibi's like, well, why won't anyone get mad at Hezbollah? And people are like, well, Bibi, we're mad at you. That's the best way I can explain it. It's actually skirmishes. A skirmish is like a flare-up in a conflict. You don't normally have a skirmish with drones and missiles, but, you know, what do you want? This is a weird, strange war. The skirmishes are like when a ceasefire is active. You have kind of flare-ups and tensions. This is a skirmish. These are skirmishes. They're actually skirmishes. It's where what Israel did in Beirut last week was not a skirmish. Or a few days ago. Last Wednesday maybe. That was not a skirmish. That was a massacre. That was a crime against humanity. And it was not repeated. These are skirmishes. They're individual bombings that happen, or like ground wars that happen, or ground fighting that breaks out in isolated areas. That's actually a skirmish. It very rarely escalates, but in this specific situation, it's Hezbollah mad. Not mad, they're making a point to Bibi that he can't just attack. He can't just attack Lebanon. There is a price to pay, and the Israeli citizens only stop Bibi, and the West really only stops Bibi when Bibi is put into a position where he's forced to confront that he can't protect his citizens. He uses his citizens as leverage, and then they get attacked, and the world is like, why are you just letting them be attacked? And he's like, don't you understand? I have to invade southern Lebanon. I must take the territory to stop Hezbollah from attacking the citizens of Israel. And then the world's like, but they're only doing that because you're trying to take the territory. Your whole existence is a reducto ad absurdum, and you're a bad leader. The whole world feels that way. I don't know what to tell you. So, anyway, let's listen to a member of the Iranian delegation in an interview earlier with Lena Petrova. This is just a small segment of the interview. This is Dr. Mohammad Marandi, who is a member of the Iranian negotiating team in the nuclear talks in 2025, and also in Islamabad, Pakistan, the talks that were previously ongoing and continuing. Here we go. Also, Ms. Clutch, I saw the thing about the articles of impeachment. Minority parties in the U.S. don't have any power, so they could introduce an article of impeachment against the Pope. It won't really do very much. A Democrat trying to impeach the Secretary of War right now because they don't have any power is like they don't have a majority in this House or 2/3 in the Senate. A Democrat trying to impeach the Pope, the Secretary of War, would be like a Democrat impeaching the Pope. Okay, I don't think anyone's going to go along with that, but good for you, Democrat. Democrats are a little weird, Miss Clutch. We talked about this last night. I don't know how to explain it. They're just very bad at governing. I think they should try to impeach the Pope, though. We're, the penguins of Antarctica. Why the hell not? They're not empowered. Nobody really cares what they say. The Democrats are generally irrelevant. There are a few Democrats that kind of know about antitrust policy, but on the whole, the Democratic Party doesn't have an intellectual base. It doesn't have a power structure. It doesn't have a plan. It doesn't have a cohesive strategy. It doesn't win elections. It might win an election just to get the Republicans out, but it doesn't have policies really. There's no platform. The party platform is a cluster F. They lost the party to it was like a death by 1,000 cuts. It was kind of sad to watch the party of JFK just no longer exist as a relevant political force. But it's just all about raising money and bail worshipping apparently, and enabling Epstein. It's disgusting. The Democratic Party should not needs 40 years of repentance, and they might be able to get elected in New England again. They're disgusting. The whole leadership, Epstein was working with them so closely. It disgusts me. The Democratic Party has a lot of soul searching to do. You lost a lot of us, in particular me, but my generation doesn't like the Dems. There are some fleeting Democratic supporters, but they're mostly seen as opportunists, people who will get a few bucks just to say things against the president. You can make a living just running your mouth against the president. It's kind of weird. I don't like it. There's this hybrid niche culture on some social media sites. These guys and girls make a lot of money. It's kind of like a tour. I get it. It's like a concert tour kind of, but they really monetize just division, and it's stupid. And they don't have policies. And they just kind of do art. The Democratic Party is best explained as a bunch of burnt out hippies who once in a while have this idea where they're wouldn't it be great if we just I don't know, grew daffodils in South Dakota. And then you're they're okay, we need a whole party platform about daffodils in South Dakota, and anyone who opposes it is some kind of fascist. And you're but bro, have you thought about the economic implications of building daffodil farms in South Dakota? And they're no, we're gonna build a commune, I'm gonna just buy land, we're gonna do a lot of drugs, and we're gonna sell daffodils. And it's okay, all right, that's very nice. Why don't you just go over in the corner and write an essay about that? We'll get right on that. That's what it's talking to Democrats. You got to treat them like kids. All right, okay, all right, we'll do a study about the daffodils in South Dakota, and then you tell them, you're listen, there's a snail that lives out there. We can't build the daffodil project. You just got to screw with. They're really kids. If you're just listen, the snails, don't you care about the snails? All of a sudden they don't want to build the daffodil project. They really care about the snails. It's easy to mess with Democrats. They're really dumb. So anyway, my point is just give a Democrat a shiny object. It's kind of like a cat. If you just gonna jingle like a set of keys in front of a Democrat, it just is the Democrat will be oh yeah, that's what I gotta. They're just really myopic, and it's intellectually vacuous and incapable of forming political policies, and very dumb and unqualified, and an insult to the intellectual legacy of the Enlightenment and the presidencies of the United States and the previous Congresses and the history of the Supreme Court and the legal discipline as a whole and the Constitution. They're just a travesty and a sham and a mockery. And I'm not a partisan, really. I'm becoming way more of a Republican, but I need to be clear, I was a Democrat. The Democratic Party left me because there is nothing redeeming about it. It's incapable of functioning as a political force in the United States. it at best, on its best day, can kind of limp along and like run a state that already has money coming in. If we let these people run the country, oh my God, we would be bankrupt. It would be like illegal to own a company unless you were unless you had like 17 members on the board who had purple hair. It would be the stupidest country in the world. Mr. President Trump is right about that. That's what people have to understand. Mr. President Trump is getting a little bit older, but his ideas at the core about Democrats are right. Not every Democrat. Some of the people in the party are actually just like want to protect people, but they're so baffled. You should listen to some of the actual rational Dems. They're like, listen, I'm not being part of that. Like, whatever the hell that is, I'm not being part of that. It's just insider trading and hurting kids and worshiping Baal and like pretending to care about social justice and being a communist and all this stupid stuff, like wearing like weird costumes and yelling at federal agents until they pepperball you so you control them. Like, it's the stupidest party. I get so mad. At least the Republicans, you should go to their events, like not the Mr. President Trump events. They talk about Jesus. They talk about economic policy. You may not like every economic policy, but they're trying. What is the Democrats' economic policy? Let's all dress up in freaking frog costumes and march down the street yelling at the federal agents. That is not economic policy. Oh my God, I get so upset. I have to fix the domestic political culture. That dressing up in a frog costume is not economic policy. Jesus. Why do we even have to talk about this? I'm so mad. This is why I cover international news. If I had to cover for you the domestic political discourse, I would get so mad. Oh, you don't understand. Oh, I'm already getting so mad. You can't let me rant about domestic politics. What? Okay, here's what we're going to do. All right? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to be like the judge in the Turtle Boy hearing the other day. If you're presented with a ludicrous situation, just lean into it. All right, here's what we're going to do. All right, for the presidential debate, moderated by Katie Couric and Kathy Rumler, it's going to be me against a guy in a frog costume. The Democrats, whoever, they want to embrace that shit. Sorry for cussing. They want to embrace that stuff, okay, dressing up like frogs and yelling at federal agents, that I'm putting in the debate terms that the Democratic candidate has to wear a frog costume on the stage. I'm gonna boycott the debates unless the Democratic candidate wears a frog costume. You have to own it, you damn Democrats. Freaking commies walking around. That is not. I'm gonna be like, ladies and gentlemen of America, the Democratic Party. Oh, it's gonna be great. And then I'm gonna be like, okay, to the people of America, some people may say that my opponent is uniquely unqualified because he's dressed up like a frog on the debate stage. However, I must make clear to you that this is what people in the Democratic Party do, and this person was dumb enough to go along with the terms because I'm so popular across both parties. He couldn't even get a word in edgewise unless he wore a frog costume. Oh, it's gonna be great. And then when Katie Couric's like, Mr. Smith Ellis, you cannot degrade your opponent. I'm gonna be like, Katie Couric, how about them clones in the Epstein files? Ms. Couric, please tell America a little bit more about the ones without arms. Did you see any baby clones? Ms. Couric, Katie Couric, I would just like to know a little bit about what you saw on that island. I read the files, Miss Katie Couric. And then I'm going to be like, now, are you sure you want to interrupt me again while I'm lecturing the Democratic opponent in the frog costume? She's going to be like, no. And I'm going to be like, you could ask Kathy Rumler if she has any questions. Kathy Rumler's going to be like, why am I here? Like, you're lucky you're not in jail, Miss Rumler. I know what you did. This is gonna be great. We have to make me president. You don't understand. For the debates, for the primary, I messaged a reporter today, and I was like, listen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and like I covered the war. I gave them a link to my YouTube, and I was like, I am thinking about running to be the Republican presidential candidate. I bet she's watching right now, the reporter. I bet she tuned in just to see what this kid was all about. So, yeah, I was like, I'm running. I think I'm going to declare and run for the Republican presidential nomination in 2028. And, you know, I just wanted to let you know Ida Tarbell is my hero. And I just wanted to, like, you know, say hello and best wishes, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see. It would be really cool if the media was like, wait a minute. We can just make him president. If we just tell the American people about him, they will vote for him. I'm going to be the greatest debater. We're going to have so much fun. There aren't going to be debates. Who are they going to put up? Who are the Republicans going to put up? You can put up Rubio, but I'm going to be like, Mr. Secretary of State. And then we're going to debate about policy. He'll have some like highfalutin ideals about fighting communism. And then I'm going to counter with my highfalutin ideals about fighting communism. And then I'm going to ask him if he actually wants to fight communism or if he's just, you know, bloviating. We're going to see how it plays out. But is dressing up as a frog economic policy? That's going to be my campaign slogan when I win the Republican primary. When I am up against a Democratic opponent, I'm going to run commercials that just say dressing up as a frog is not economic policy. Yes, Standing Stones, you got it. All right, so let's take a listen to one of the members of the Iranian delegation. I forget why I started ranting. That was a good rant. Thankfully, although there are missiles being fired, they are actual skirmishes. There seems to be an end to this war coming, and also an end to Bibi Netanyahu's influence. So this is our nightly news. All right, it's a nightly news program. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You're watching Towel News. It's 6:35 p.m. Eastern U.S. Who the hell knows time. You know, ceasefire, war, peace, blockade. I'm not really sure. All right, it's 12:35, and that would be Wednesday, April 15, 2026. It's 12:36 a.m. in South Africa. That's Nikki time. That's Tower Girlfriend. It's 1:36 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 2:06 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. That would be Thursday, April 16, 2026. I hope you're all doing well this evening. I had a very good rant there. I have a lot of good presidential policy positions. Who's going to be able to debate with my goat diplomacy plan? Mimi and I are going to be giving out goats, like as part of the diplomatic protocol office. I'm going to ask Marco Rubio to name all 75 sections of the Department of Justice. I'm going to ask him if he ever got recruited by the Department of Justice. I can't wait. I don't think anyone's going to want to run against me. Would you want to run against someone who talks like 12 hours on the regular? I guess you could use polemics and be like, well, he's autistic. And I'd be like, bro, that's a benefit in international relations. Like, your emotions are going to get used against you. Have you noticed? That's why we have our problem. And also stop being ableist. Like, disabled people are not vampires, Mr. Rubio, or whoever says it. And then they might go after me. No, like, I'm pretty qualified. I am one of the few people that know the difference between an Article 1 and an Article 3 court, and who have actually written statutes, and who has like overseen regulatory codification, and who has like set up like a dedicated levy on an excise tax to fund small businesses to the tune of $35 million a year. Like, I'm just really good at this. So I don't really know why anyone would want to run against me. I would just be kind of confused and be like, do you really think you're better for America than me? I'm young, I'm intelligent, I understand the entire system, I have most major constitutional precedential decisions memorized. I'm working on the federal code. I have a lot of parts of the DOJ operations and sections manual memorized. My favorite dissent is Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson from 39. I just want to return America to a time of like rational political discourse, not based on polemics. So on the merits, can you actually say you'd be better for the country than me? And if they had a reasonable response, I'd listen to them and be like, okay, let's go. But I don't think anyone actually could answer that in the affirmative. I will talk to as many people as I can. I have a plan for how I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it by hand. I'm going to do it the way JFK did it. I'm going into Appalachia. Appalachia. I'm going to see all of you. I'm bringing Nikki. I'm going to campaign by hand. I'm like, no one is too good for me. You don't have to drive to a rally, bro. Are you kidding me? Like, people have lives. It costs money. No. I'm going to come to you. I'll come to your holler. I'll come to your village. I'll come to your little town. And I'm going to meet you. Not in a hall. I want to come and personally earn your vote. I'm going to personally earn the vote of at least 70 million Americans. I'm going to do it by hand. I'm going to go around this country. Eventually the media is going to take notice. They're going to be like, this dude is just driving around the country, meeting people by hand in a suit, and like covering the news while he's doing it, and travel vlogging, and his girlfriend's wonderful. She's going to be a great first lady. And he's winning votes by hand. I'm going to do it by hand. I'm going to go to, whether you're in like a small town, a big, I don't want to go to the hoity-toity areas, bro. If they want to vote for me, that's cool. I don't really care about the rich people's perspective. They can tell me what they think. But like, I view everything that comes from the manufacturing class with a degree of suspicion. I'm not saying like they can't support me, but bro, I don't care. I'm not going out of my way to cater to them. You cannot buy dinner with me. Are you out of your mind? You cannot donate $25,000 per plate. We're not doing that. I'm not doing fancy food, dude. I will eat cheese sandwiches and be the happiest man in the world. I'm going to sit there in like rural West Virginia. I'm going to talk about territorial wrestling. I'm going to tell people why I am the best qualified person to be president, and I'm going to win. I'm going to do it one house at a time. It's okay if you don't want to talk to me. I'll just say that's okay. If you have like a sign up, I won't knock. But on the whole, it's just going to be me. And I'm just going to be very like, I'm going to be like, listen, like the reality is I know it's a little odd. Like it'll pick up steam after I do like a few states. But I'm going to be like, I know it's a little odd, but I just feel like the reason our politics sucks is politicians are just selfish, Baal-worshipping, like rich idiots. So I want to earn your vote by coming to you, and I want to just tell you, like I want to hear your concerns, and I'd like to be your president. And I want to know, and I want to convince you personally that I can do it. And I'm going to do that over and over. I'm going to do it. What is a yellow alert? What? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hezbollah has invaded the northern Israeli border. Oh my goodness. Hezbollah has invaded the northern Israeli border. Oh my word. Oh my goodness. Oh, the sons of Nineveh, they didn't wait. They showed Israel who's boss. They invaded northern Israel. Oh, Israel's gonna lose territory. It's not a drone. They're invading northern Israel. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Hezbollah is invaded. Well, they can't actually be invading northern Israel. Oh boy, here we go. That says fear of terrorist infiltration. They call Hezbollah terrorists. No way is Hezbollah invading northern Israel right now. Kavat Gilad. No way is this happening. Oh, this can't be good. I've never seen this specific warning. I've seen it near like the West Bank. It's more common. This is the north. I think Hezbollah might have tried to cross the border. Oh, wow. That would be a drastic change. And Israel has no friends right now. Who's going to come save them? No way is Hezbollah advancing into Israel. This is incredible. I can't believe what I'm reporting to you right now. I can't confirm it. It happened 20 seconds ago. Can't confirm anything. It happened 20 seconds ago. No way. No way. This can't be happening. Where is this happening? No way. It's not on the border. It's not on the border. This is on the border. There was no way that there was Hezbollah cells crossing that border. That is a weird alert, though. Let me show you where that other alert is. That one I've seen before. Not in yellow. It is a little more normal in that area. But that's not where the rocket fire is. They're two I'm issuing a correction. They're two separate places. Rocket fire, which is on the border. And then a completely different incident down here. Which, to be fair, is northern Israel. Oh, okay. Alright, something's going down. This is an increased pace of attacks. I don't really know what's happening right now. This one has popped up before. Let me just refresh you. Although there is rocket fire in the north, the yellow popping up here is not... I've never seen it yellow, but it's not as, like, it doesn't mean it's Hezbollah. This could be anyone down here. You have a lot of groups that sometimes commit terror attacks right around here. It doesn't mean it was Hezbollah. Is it possible? Yes, but it's not as serious as if there were an infiltration right here. Just want to correct. If that infiltration were where the rocket fire were, that would be ground troops from Hezbollah probably. It is not likely them down here. Although it seems like it's kind of close. It's a completely different area. There's no way Hezbollah could get through all that territory. This is more likely a terror attack in sort of the central north part of Israel. And then this is the rocket fire. I just want to be clear. There is no way that they incurred up here. There's never been an incursion up here by Hezbollah in the whole fort. That's why I was very confused. They've never managed to get through this territory. There are terror attacks down here, but they don't come from Lebanese soil. They actually come from sort of militant groups in the northern occupied West Bank. That was very, very fast. There's something going on. I'm not really sure where the fighting is isolated. I will get you an update. But that kind of interrupted my spiel. I was on a bit of a lecture there. So anyway, I'll get you where this firing is occurring. It wasn't just there. It was actually 3 things in a row. It was drones over here. Then a little bit down south here, there was a terrorist incursion. What exactly that means, I don't know. I'll get you an update. It could be like a bomb going off. It could be people with guns. It could just be people like leaving the border area of the occupied West Bank with weapons. I'll find out. And then you have this thing up here, which happened at the same time, which is rocket fire. So that was in about 10 minutes. It's a different pattern than we've been seeing over the past few days. It really ramped up in the past 10 minutes, but only on the northern border with Israel. So I'm not really sure. I will get you updates from the ground. Let's take a listen to this interview with a member of the Iranian negotiating team. Thank you.
The issue of nuclear enrichment for Iran is non-negotiable.
Oh, top 3 wrestling territories. Definitely the Memphis territory from 79 to 83. Maybe 84, maybe 85, if you want to stretch it to like the loser leaves town match between Lawler and Dundee before Lawler went out to Hawaii, and then like Lawler coming back after the Hawaii stint is probably when I'd cap it. But like 79 through 85 or 6, I love Lance Russell, the greatest commentator ever. Loved the way they ran that promotion. Second, Bill Watts' Mid-South. Just the epitome of like territorial wrestling. He was a bit of an intense boss, but he was a product of the times. But like, yeah, Bill Watts, Mid-South, water under the fridge ass, my favorite 3 territories. And then, I don't know, 3rd place, it's really tough. Like I don't like Vern's AWA. It's okay, but it's not what I like. It's way too old fashioned. Like if I want to watch 1930s wrestling, I will. Georgia was good. Depends when you're talking. Like Georgia before the Saturday night like massacre from Vince, it was really good. Pacific Northwest was really good. Buddy Rose and Roddy Piper before he went to Georgia. And then like, I don't know. I think I'd probably have to actually give it to like Florida. Florida Championship Wrestling in the 70s with Hulk. Like when Hulk went from Memphis to Florida. That was great. Hulk and Lawler in like 75. That was really good. Florida was good. It was a little intense, a little showy, but I liked it. It was good. So that's my answer. I guess Memphis 79 to 86. Bill Watts's Mid-South, the whole thing, before he expanded nationally. And then Florida Championship Wrestling, in that order. And then, like, Mid-Atlantic's in there, obviously. They ran Greensboro. But, like, I don't like that. I like that style, but only if it has, like, Lawler or, like, a Memphis angle. Just pure flair. It's too showy. I don't really love it. But Mid-Atlantic was good. Dusty was there. Dusty finishes, though, bro, totally kind of killed that territory. You gotta chill with that style of finish. But anyway, like, Dusty was great in Mid-Atlantic, too. Dusty was good in the NWA. A lot of those territories were fine. And then, like, Cornette's, Smoky Mountain was good. It just needed more money. Like, it was cool that, what's his name? The dude with the beard, the producer, the guy who just, like, knows how to make songs. I forget his name. He's got a long beard. Rob something or other. He's very famous. He helps a lot of musicians. He funded Corny's wrestling thing in Smoky Mountain. That's probably up there, but it just wasn't, like, what it needed to be. It didn't have enough investment. It was just like a nice nostalgic thing, but it could have been something great. So yeah, that's my answer. Thank you, Water Under the Fridge. Here's the clip from the Iranian delegation while I try to figure out what just happened in northern Israel back to back to back. I'll probably be able to get you footage. It looks like it might have just been an increase in the pace of the skirmishes. However, I'm hesitant to say that because the situation in Lebanon, if Bibi actually tries to do a war there, could result in a lot of attacks coming towards Israel, which is concerning. I will keep monitoring. It was supposed to be nightly news, but I am a little on edge about this because Bibi's very desperate. Let's take a listen to this interview with a member of the Iranian delegation, though.
And the reason is that not only is enriching uranium important for Iran, because Iran is developing nuclear power plants, and it is a country that has always been experiencing sanctions. So if, for example, we have a power plant and for whatever reason U.S. sanctions prevent Iran from purchasing nuclear fuel, then we'll have crises at multiple levels in the economy, and especially in the coming years after our other nuclear power plants are finished and built. And we've seen that even with regards to gasoline. On occasions when we had shortages of gasoline, because consumption in Iran is very high. Gasoline in Iran is about 1 cent, between 1 cent and 2 cents a liter. 1 or 2 cents a liter. Imagine the difference between Iran and where you are. It's like, income, you can't compare them at all. So consumption obviously is going to be extremely high. And Iran, the government pays huge subsidies for gasoline. And therefore, sometimes we have shortages. So Iran has to import gasoline. And when that happens, the United States tries to block Iran from purchasing gasoline. So the same is true with the nuclear program. If when we you know better than I, being an expert on economics, unlike me, that building a nuclear power plant is very expensive. And after you, the electricity is cheap once you've finished the nuclear power plant. The electricity is cheap, but the power plant itself is costly. So Iran wants to build power plants, and then if it doesn't have the fuel, that's a huge investment, which ultimately it goes to waste. So Iran says, no, we have to be self-sufficient, or at least partially self-sufficient. But more important than that, actually, is the fact that this is a part of Iran's sovereignty. Iran has the sovereign right to enrich uranium. And for any country to tell Iran that you cannot do this because we don't want you to do so, that's unacceptable. The Islamic Revolution 47 years ago was all about independence, sovereignty, dignity, and Iran is not going to relinquish any of that. All of this came at a very heavy price.
Can't really argue with the Iranian position. We should listen to that again. I don't think the American public is actually hearing what Iran's position is, so I'm going to play it again. Very good clip.
The issue of nuclear enrichment for Iran is non-negotiable. And the reason is that not only is enriching uranium important for Iran, because Iran is developing nuclear power plants, and it is a country that has always been experiencing sanctions. So if, for example, we have a power plant and for whatever reason, US sanctions prevent Iran from purchasing nuclear fuel, then we'll have crises at multiple levels in the economy, and especially in the coming years after our other nuclear power plants are finished and built. And we've seen that even with regards to gasoline. On occasions when we had shortages of gasoline, because consumption in Iran is very high. Gasoline in Iran is about 1 cent, between 1 cent and 2 cents a liter. 1 or 2 cents a liter. Imagine the difference between Iran and where you are. It's like, income, you can't compare them at all. So consumption obviously is going to be extremely high. And Iran, the government pays huge subsidies for gasoline. And therefore, sometimes we have shortages. So Iran has to import gasoline. And when that happens, the United States tries to block Iran from purchasing gasoline. So the same is true with the nuclear program. If when we, you know better than I, being an expert on economics, unlike me, that building a nuclear power plant is very expensive. And after you, the electricity is cheap once you've finished the nuclear power plant. The electricity is cheap, but the power plant itself is costly. So Iran wants to build power plants, and then if it doesn't have the fuel, that's a huge investment, which ultimately it goes to waste. So Iran says, no, we have to be self-sufficient, or at least partially self-sufficient. But more important than that, actually, is the fact that this is a part of Iran's sovereignty. Iran has the sovereign right to enrich uranium. And for any country to tell Iran that you cannot do this because we don't want you to do so, that's unacceptable. The Islamic Revolution 47 years ago was all about independence, sovereignty, dignity, and Iran is not going to relinquish any of that. All of this came at a very heavy price.
All right, well, I know what happened now. There have been multiple attacks, actually, in Lebanon, which led to a Hezbollah response against Israel. I'm going to show you now. Here was the latest from an Israeli airstrike in Tabin. I knew something had happened. Oh, that sound shocks my conscience. I hadn't heard it in so long. It makes me so sad. Oh, that's a child's voice. That's so sad. Oh, no. You're looking at southern Lebanon about 10 minutes ago. It was earlier tonight. It was released 10 minutes ago, I should say. I don't know when it occurred. This was I can't confirm the time of the strike in Lebanon, but this was uploaded. Normally when when Lebanon News uploads something, it's like from the ground. They have a lot of good sources, so I would imagine within the past few hours, but I don't have confirmation on that for you. There's a pretty serious potential for escalation. I don't know if it will be limited. The problem is, Iran has set the stage. Mr. President Trump is reportedly willing to let Bibi continue to strike Lebanon during the ceasefire, close out his strikes on them, but there's no way Iran's going to allow it. There have been also strikes on Iranian opposition sites, which means it's attacks by pro-Iranian militias on like either American positions or anti-Iranian faction positions. This is in Suleimania, which is in northern Iraq.
هەرێسا هێرشی درۆنی بۆ سەر بنکە و بارگاکانی پارت ئازادی کوردستان. هەرێسا هێرشی درۆنی بۆ سەر بنکە و بارگاکانی پارت ئازادی کوردستان.
Now these attacks have been happening once or twice a night, but I'm keeping my eye on it. This is maybe in the past
هێرشی
hour.
درۆنی بۆ سەر بنکە و بارگاکانی پارت ئازادی کوردستان. هەرێسا هێرشی درۆنی بۆ سەر بنکە و بارگاکانی پارت ئازادی کوردستان.
Okay, I know somewhat what's happening. For the first time in the town of Debin, Debbin, in southern Lebanon, Israeli forces attempted to enter the town and were ambushed by Hezbollah. So Israel is attempting to expand its attacks in Lebanon and take more territory and a quote expansion of the buffer zone. Here is scenes just maybe in the last hour from Ben Jabil, which is the border town. This is where I thought Hezbollah had gotten into Israel. It did not happen that way. It was actually an incursion into Israel in the center north, which is closer to the occupied West Bank. This is Ben Jabil, which is a southern town in Lebanon, and you're going to listen to fighting now that occurred within the last 45 minutes. Pretty heavy fighting between Hezbollah and Israel. Israel does not control the city. Hezbollah is repelling them. Yeah, there's heavy shelling occurring right now in southern Lebanon in particular. I'm going to play you now a report from Kuwait about a journalist who is being held in detention.
I first met Ahmed actually in 2009. That's how long Ahmed has been a journalist. And since then, he has gone on from working at Al Jazeera English, where we met, to working for PBS, Huffington Post, for writing lots of different outlets. He is a well-known, well-loved, investigative journalist. He's won various awards, including in the UK, so the British Journalist Award. Amnesty International UK gave him an award for a piece he did on Egypt. He's very well respected, and this kind of news is just shocking, and that's the point of it, right? To shock us all so much that we're afraid to report the truth and to tell the truth. What we know so far is that he was taken by Kuwaiti authorities when he was visiting family in Kuwait on March 2nd. He has been detained now for 6 weeks or so without charge, although, as you said there in the intro, CPJ does believe that national security charges are coming. Those sort of wide-sweeping accusations, such as using your phone illegally, spreading false information. It is that laundry list that we are all used to when governments try and silence innocent people. So make no mistake, this is not about reposting a video that was already out there in the public and trying to hold someone accountable and keep Kuwaitis safe. This is not about keeping Kuwaitis safe. This is about silencing people, and it's about trying to control the narrative of this ongoing conflict in the Middle East by Gulf countries, and in this instance, Kuwait. Ahmed has borne the brunt of that, but unfortunately, he's not the first or the last to do so.
Yeah, Shireen, as you said, he hasn't been seen online since early March. You say he was detained on March the 2nd when he arrived in Kuwait. Again, a well-respected, well-regarded journalist, very active also online and updating all sorts of news coverage to do with the Middle East and geopolitics across the globe. What do we understand now about where the case is at? Is he waiting to face some kind of trial based up on these sort of trumped up charges that he's currently believed to face?
That is the question that his family are asking, that his colleagues are asking, that really the whole world is asking of Kuwait, but they are not giving away very much information. Sometimes we hear something about a trial date, but then that date comes and goes. As I said, 6 weeks now in detention without charges being formally leveled at him, and we are all confused as to what the next step is. And that is why it's so important right now to talk about it, to spread the word about what is happening to Ahmed, and also to put in context, Yelda, as you said at the start, that this is not an isolated case. What we at Amnesty International and others are seeing is a huge crackdown on freedom of expression across the Gulf since the war began. We're talking about hundreds of people that have been arrested. Qatar and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, have already said that hundreds have been arrested, and new laws are coming into place every day to try and widen that net. We know that Saudi Arabia has arrested at least 2 people, Bahrain and Kuwait, dozens of people. So this is an increasing phenomena. And as I said, Ahmed may be one of the more high-profile people, and really should send warning signals and a chill up our spine that someone so well-respected and well-renowned can be taken in this way. But he's certainly not the only one, and that is why we are calling for the release of all of those that have been detained for simply expressing their right to freedom of expression. If we don't do this, if we don't sound the alarm bells, then we are not safe. I am not safe. You are not safe. Your teams across the Middle East are not safe.
Well, I think that is an important story to comment on, and I'm glad I learned more about it. I do not know enough about that journalist's history to provide you the background like those 2 journalists did, but I am grateful to them for doing so. I'm now going to take you to Washington, where Representative Lauren Boebert is advising those who have been mistreated to reach out to her office. God bless Representative Boebert. Let's take a listen to her press conference today.
How important is it for people who want to come forward with credible sexual misconduct allegations here in Congress to have sort of jobs lined up and stuff like that? It seems like some of these people who who accused Eric Swalwell, they were able to find jobs quickly. That's been a change as opposed to previous Congresses where people really had their careers destroyed for doing the right thing.
I would say come out. I mean, we will be here for you to protect you. Come to my office. If you have something, if your boss is mistreating you, someone else in the office, tell somebody. If you want to remain anonymous, remain anonymous. Let one of us loudmouths get it out there for you. Happy to issue receipts on behalf of anyone. I don't know what's going to come out. Like everybody is like, oh my gosh, TMZ's here. Like, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, I don't know. What are you hiding from? So they don't even have their credentials yet. They're not down here. Anyhow, it's I don't know. If you have something to hide, sorry. I want it out, and I hope that people come forward. I'm glad that Eric Swalwell's staff were able to find work. But also, I mean, turnover is crazy on the Hill anyway. It seems like, one meeting in the Dunkin' Donuts and somebody's ready to switch offices and have a better job. So.
But Democrat or Republican, they can count on your office to have their back if it's
Democrat or Republican. Even if it's another staffer, a chief of staff, a senior staffer. If you have something, if you've been wronged, absolutely, my door is open and I will listen. And if anonymity is requested, that's what you'll get.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. Appreciate it.
And she has the privilege. That's Lauren Boebert. So there's a lot of reps. There's 435 of them. They have what's called speech or debate privilege. If you get to talk to them personally, you can move mountains. You can't stop them. It is unconstitutional to stop that woman from walking into that building. You can't act like she has a constitutional right to walk to that building and say whatever she wants. She can't be arrested. You can't sue her. It has to be within the purview of legislative debate. She has to be like, I'm going there to talk about X, Y, or Z, and you can't arrest her. She has to be free to walk to that building, wherever she is in the world. If she says, I want to go to the Congress, and she's a congresswoman, you can't stop her. You might be able to temporarily detain her, depending on if she commits a crime and gets indicted. But, like, in terms of the privilege, if she asserts the privilege, good luck stopping her. It's an unfettered, it's a literally unqualified privilege. There's a little bit of exceptions for staff. Even staff get the privilege. It's called the speech or debate clause. It's a very serious privilege. It only exists for 535 people in the entire United States. The 435 elected members of Congress and the 100 senators. You must be an elected member of Congress. They gave it to themselves only. So she's serious. And she can cause actual harm to people in terms of like holding them accountable.
I first met Ahmed actually in...
I'm going to give you now the latest from the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, regarding the ongoing conflagration in Congress regarding people engaging in sexual misconduct, and that's putting it lightly. It's Democrats and Republicans. It's very bad. A lot of people are resigning.
If you hear about someone who was allegedly drugging, choking, raping victims, who has lived in this district for a significant period of time, I would expect there would be victims who might have information. What I think is really important right now is for anyone who has any relevant information or has any complaint as it relates to the kinds of complaints we're hearing about with Eric Swalwell needs to come forward to my office. They need to know that it will be confidential, that I have assistant U.S. attorneys who are trained on how to handle these cases. Some of them are very trauma-inducing for the victims. We have all kinds of resources. We've partnered with other agencies. So I want potential victims and witnesses and anyone who has any information to come to my office or call a hotline, which is 202-252-0809. If you hear about someone...
So I think that's very important for people to understand. There is a very serious situation in the Congress. Here's the latest from the U.S. CENTCOM.
Conversation. Yesterday, an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel tried to evade the U.S. blockade after leaving Bandar Abbas, exiting the Strait of Hormuz, and transients along the Iranian coastline. The guided missile destroyer USS Spruance, DDG-111, successfully redirected the vessel, which is heading back to Iran. 10 vessels have now been turned around and 0 ships have broken through since the start of the U.S. blockade on Monday. Another lies. 14...
Yeah, well, the comments didn't respond very well to that. That was the latest from CENTCOM. Here is the latest from... Hold on one second. Here is the latest from... Hold on, let it load up. Oh yes, members of Sandra Birchmore's family in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, endorsed Adam Deutsch for DA, who in unofficial polling on my feed at least is polling at like 97% for the primary. I don't foresee anyone challenging him. Here's the latest from SOR, where according to preliminary reports, there have been 2 bombing attacks on the outskirts of the Burj al-Shamil camp near the city of Sur. Sur is located in the south of Lebanon, about 10 kilometers north of Nakura. Nakura is at the border. Sur is right here. It looks like it's Tyre, but it's Sur. Okay, here's the latest from Sur, where 2 bombing raids have just occurred. This is the latest from Sur in southern Lebanon. There is intensive clashes right now in southern Lebanon. I'm gonna take you now to the meeting earlier between the Pakistani army chief Asmin Munir and Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi. This was earlier in Tehran, I believe. So this is what Tehran was like today. The Pakistani
آسم
general.
منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان گفتگویی با وزیر امور خارجه کشورمون جناب آقای سید عباس عراقچی در
This is Farsi.
تهران داشتن. این یک دیدار مقدماتی بود. دیدار اصلی فردا در تهران برگزار میشه و قرار هست که در ادامه گفتگوهای اسلام آباد و پیام‌های رد و بدل شده از روز یکشنبه فردا در تهران هم به صورت تفصیلی درباره این پیام‌ها بین ایران و میانجیگری پاکستانی گفتگو صورت بگیره. درباره اینکه چرا آقای آسم منیر میانجی این گفتگوها هست، به دلیل این هست که او به عنوان یک شخصیت سیاسی، اجرایی و امنیتی شناخته میشه و قبلا هم میانجی پرونده های صلح بوده. حسنی سادات شبیری، خبرنگار خبرگزاری صدا و سیما.
I couldn't understand all of it, or most of it, but she was talking about the Pakistani delegation arriving in Iran. This was the meeting. This was PM Agaranchi. He's very good friends. Either he, I think it's him, or the Speaker of the Parliament. It might be him himself. He's very good friends with Mohattab Khomeini. So he's the guy that Mohattab Khomeini gave authority to negotiate. So he has the power of the Iranian whole state. The state itself is referred to as a single name. It's like Navamim, Navim or something. I don't know how to spell it in Farsi. But the state is different than the political body, like the parliament. When they refer to the state, or the whole state, they're talking about the Supreme Leader and the Supreme National Council, which are in charge of the IRGC. That's the basic way of understanding it. The political body is separate. It came about as a reaction to British colonial imperialism in 1906, the Iranian parliament. But anyway, my point is that man, okay, he is very good friends with Mohattab Khomeini, the new Supreme Leader, and he's the one who talks to him. And he's the one who has the power to make decisions when the negotiations going down. They don't have to call Tehran. That guy can make the call. So he's meeting with the Pakistani field general who President Trump really likes. It's either this man or the other field general that President Trump really likes. President Trump really likes Pakistan. There's one field general in particular. So this was earlier today in Tehran. So Iran is still functioning. It's still a government. It's still a state. It still has buildings. You're looking at pictures from Tehran earlier today. This was the Pakistani field marshal, or one of the commanders, meeting with the leader of the Iranian negotiation delegation with the U.S. They're very close to peace. A deal is very close. Pakistan is really good at this. They kind of know exactly how to mediate. They take what President Trump says and translate it into language the Iranians understand. And then when they take what the Iranians say and they're like, Mr. President, this is what the Iranians feel very authentically. They're not manipulating you. And then Mr. President listens and they're close to a deal. But Israel, Bibi's gonna fall. The consequence of this is Iran's gonna be the new, look at that, you're gonna see that a lot more. You see these images where world leaders go to Iran. It's gonna this is gonna be the new norm. They gotta work on it a little bit. They got it though. They got it. You have you gotta have symmetry of the flag of one country, the flag of the other. Iran's flag should be 1 millimeter higher. All the diplomatic protocol is right. The scene is good too. It's low key. It shouldn't be like the Oval Office because he's not the Supreme Leader. He's the foreign minister. So it's kind of like if you met the Secretary of State. You wouldn't do it in the Oval Office. Yeah, you're going to see this more and more. And this is what Bibi is terrified of. I bet Bibi is not sleeping tonight because of this. This single image is going to drive Benjamin Netanyahu insane. He's not going to know what to do. That image is the end of the war. You can't be having that happen if you're Bibi. I'm serious. Legitimacy as a state is this. Even though Iran and Pakistan are very close, these kind of images are soft power. You're looking at the new geopolitical world. You just got to get used to it. It's pretty peaceful. Iran is not a belligerent state. They will fight, but they're not belligerent. A belligerent state is Israel, under Bibi. The people of Israel are fine. Most people actually like the people of Israel. Most of the people of Israel are looked at as hostage to Bibi. Is this really the worst thing in the world? Does anyone really care that this is what's happening? It's what should have happened to begin with. All they wanted was respect. Nobody would have died. They had to earn their respect, but it came at the cost of thousands of lives, maybe more. It's very sad. It's sad that states have to earn respect through war and death. And this all could have been shortcutted if Iran was just respected to begin with. And the worst part is they tried to tell people they were going to do this. And nobody listened. Bibi listened, but he just ignored them because he wanted to stay in power and avoid getting arrested. Yeah. Bibi's a really pernicious force. He's got to go. Israel's fine. We got to work on the borders. We got to find a lasting solution to the borders. That is fair. I think 67 borders is reasonable. I think with Bibi out of there, we can actually pull that off. There won't be death if everyone is treated fairly and nicely. The Pope's doing a great job. The Pope single-handedly made this happen. I believe that with my whole heart and soul. Yeah, I think Israel is if you want my analysis, if it all, I can't be doing, and I can't put the horse in front of the cart in front of the horse. It would be inappropriate as an analyst. I can't look back. I can only tell you if the outcome is what I think is going to happen, which is the U.S. and Iran settle on peace terms that are pretty decent, and Iran gets a new position in the world and kind of runs the Middle East as like this lion of the Middle East. That's so ironic. The British thought they were the lions of the Middle East for like 100 years, and now the real lion is actually roaring. It's kind of what the British deserve, bro. They were kind of jerks to the Middle East for a long time. It's really the British fault for all this. Keir Starmer can't fix it. He's okay domestically. He's very like posh, but like it's not his fault. It was really like the Persian Anglo Oil Company and like the East India Company. It was like British aristocratic imperialism. Now that I think about it, those people just went to America after that. Like after Suez, a lot of the aristocrats just went to America. Aristocrats are weird, bro. About time. Like you kind of need a child of aristocrats to fix this. You got to understand how they think. They screwed up a lot of countries. We can fix it though. They like the post-industrial economies are fine. It's a solid base. We got to change the work-life balance though. What are you all doing? Why are we making these people work 30 to 40 hours a week? Why are you so that you will think they're working? How stupid is that? Have you ever heard something? The stream had to buffer a little bit. Have you ever heard something as stupid as that in your life? This notion. It's absurd. I forgot what I was talking about because the stream buffered on me. I want to listen to what I was talking about. Hold on. Give me a second. Stream's making me all mad. Yeah, what was I People saying? Just went to America after that. Like after Suez. Oh yeah, the aristocrats. They're very selfish. Why are you so that you're making these people work 30 to 40? Oh yeah, work-life balance. I really want you to have a reasonable work-life balance. I think you should be able to, like, it doesn't make sense that a lot of you are sitting, like, at jobs for 8 hours a day and pretending to do something, like, just so your boss won't get mad. How stupid is that? Why are we doing this? We need to, like, make, people can be so efficient. Do you know how much work they would do for you if they were just happy? We don't need to make them freaking miserable. It's so dumb. Automate the stuff that you need people there on time for. And then let people just produce. They're very smart. Just make them happy, and their hearts will sing, and they will do what you want. Okay? But we gotta fix the. By the way, we're done with this two income needed to support a family. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What the hell? You're destroying the family. You can't have both parents expected to work and barely be able to feed the kids. No, 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 no. We are going to make it so that you can raise a family in this country on one income. That's it. And you like 20 to 30 hours a week. All right? And we're capping CEO to worker pay. That's absurd. I don't even like communism or socialism. We are capping CEO to worker pay. That's absurd. And no cheating. What are some of these companies doing? They're just stealing our money. It's absurd. They're siphoning it and hoarding it. No. 50 to 1 max. 35 to 1 if I want to start at 35 to 1. And that goes for every executive. And that includes bonuses, options, deferred options, everything. I'm gonna triple count deferred options because I know what you do with them. I'm going to make a cut. If you take an option as part of your pay package, it counts as 3 times the value of the option. And you may not make a total compensation package per year that is 35 times or more than your lowest employee's salary. That'll teach them. You're lucky I don't cap it at 10. Nobody needs that much money. You're all stupid. I hate American companies and foreign companies that abuse my people. Pay them. Pay them their money. And stop stealing the wealth. It's absurd. 350 to 1 for executives that don't know how to count. Half of them can't even recite the presidents, and we're paying them hundreds of millions of dollars to steal our money. Outrageous. No, no. The free ride is over for those freaking commies. Damn commie millionaires. Damn commies. Freeloaders. The free ride is over, you damn commies. No, no. We're done with this communist BS. No more free rides for these stupid executives who can't count to 10 in more than one language. No, no. No, no, you freaking commies. You are the enemy. The answer is you will be capped at the amount of money you get to make because you're a commie. You've been stealing our resources, so I'm capping the amount of pay you can take home, and I'm freeing my people, you damn commies. Damn commies. These freeloading commie millionaire executives, the free ride is over, the Baal worshipping is over, the Gatsby era is over. We're closing down the mansions. That's it. I'm not expropriating them. You can keep them, but you're done. You're done. We're done. This is it. You can make a decent living as an executive, but no more than 30 times the pay of your lowest paid staffer. You want to make more, pay them more. And we're done with this nonsense about parents don't get to be home with their kids. You're trying to destroy my country. No, no. One income is enough. I will find a way. I'll find a way. We're getting rid of this BS. It's not empowerment to have both parents in the workforce. It's destroying the American family and killing America. And it's driving people to be miserable gratuitously. And we're not doing anything. You're not having them do anything. They're just faking it. And so they can sit somewhere away from their family so you can pay them to do nothing and then try to justify what they were doing so you won't fire them. It's stupid. We're done. I'm done with this system. No, no. We're going to fix that. I'm mad. I'm mad on all of your behalf. You're going to elect me president. We're doing it. I'm going to all of you. We're fixing this immediately. Yes, Miss Clutch, let's take a listen to what Mr. Argaranchi said. Oh, I don't want to use that one, though. I don't want a summary. I want the actual clip. AJ English doesn't always show the clip. We'll find it, though, Miss Clutch. Yeah, it's not actually the clip. Let's see if we can find the clip. So here's the latest from Al Jazeera English. Let's go ahead. What do you got?
Conversation. Breaking. Iran's ISNA news agency reports that FM Abbas Arachi warned of the consequences of U.S. provocative actions in the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz during a telephone conversation with Chinese FM Wang Yi.
Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Let's listen to the Lego song. There's a Lego song about Jesus. I'll keep you updated on the situation in Lebanon. Calm down. There was heavy shelling in the south. Alright. No, I want the Jesus one. There's a rap song about Jesus now. It's pretty good too. I want this to become popular. Alright, it's called Fake Jesus. Sending this out to our buddy Juan. Their troll game is strong, Timothy Snell. God bless you, my dear friend. I agree. That's why I show it. I think you kind of get why I'm showing it. Yeah, I like the beat. I mean, I think if you watch this stream, you'll know, I try to separate, the actual art from whatever it's, commenting on. The beat itself is just good. But in terms of the troll game, oh yeah, troll game strong for Iran. They've been on the internet for a while, bro. The president thought he knew how to troll. Bro, he knew how to troll, on a boomer level. He was an impressive troll if you don't know how to use Android. If you've never sideloaded an APK, the president's a good troll. If you've sideloaded an APK, which is most of the younger generation, Iran's a better troll. Seriously, that's how to break it down. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you are in the former group. If you know what sideloading an APK is, you're in the latter group. That's how you can kind of bifurcate the polity. You either know what sideloading an APK is or you don't. It just is what it is. Sideloading an APK is installing an unverified executable on an Android by going around the Play Store and forcing it to install the APK without a signature. It's like running unsigned code. I used to like to do it. I would code my own applications. Oh, I made my own application. You want to see it? I want to show you something cool. So, I needed a little help doing it, but I want to show you a piece of code I made. So I was being a towel, and I didn't like how long it was taking me to transcode files, put, what is it? This is a teaching moment. Then we'll listen to another song as a reward. Maybe we'll watch a goat video. So you know how sometimes when you're ripping a video in a foreign language and you're trying to transcode the SRT file and then add it to Twitter as a caption, it doesn't always add the SRT file, right? So I was trying to just transcode the subs on, the SRT, the captions, onto the video. And so I found it really frustrating because all the services charged, and I was like, bro, No, I'm just gonna code my own program. So I made my own program to transcode captions, and it's a pretty useful, nifty little program because it will take the base SRT file, if it's in English or something, transcode it, and then it will let you pick a second language and do its own transcode of the SRT from English to the second language, and then put those captions on top of the English. It's great. So anyway, I was being a little towel, and I was like, I want to code this. I'm just going to do it on my own. So I'm going to show you the code. It was kind of hard to code, but it came out pretty good. I needed a little help. Like, I couldn't do it. I do Python coding okay, but I still need a little help to format it. And it's not written in Notepad. I would write it in a compiler, or like an easy way. But my point is, let me just show you. So this is my my piece of code I wrote. Where is it now? Oh yeah, here we go. So this is my code. It's a really nice program called Super Captions. Now, when you're writing in Python, all this stuff up here, the file wouldn't just work for you. It's a little complicated. You have to install a bunch of different dependencies before you can run this. Like, if you don't have ffmpeg installed independent, and I can't really make the code install it for you, it would get all mad. It's a separate dependency. It has to do with encoding. You can't really install it through the py function of the command line. Anyway, so you have to have ffmpeg, and then you got to have a bunch of other stuff. You got to have Whisper, which is like a database for translation. It's like a function. You got to have this Kinter function, which I think does some of the translating. You have to, all that stuff it's importing from, you have to have it pre-installed. It's telling the script what dependencies that you have installed, and if you don't have it, this script will actually pull them for you. If you have a missing library, you see how I have the redundancy here. What this will do is, if it hits an error when it's doing this initial check on any of these, it will just install whatever one you don't have. It's pretty smart. It's a smart piece of code. I like my code to be efficient. That's why I use a lot of external compilers, and I check it a lot. It takes a long time to debug a piece of code that you're developing from scratch, even with help. You need help to do it. A compiler's important. I could do this by hand, but it would be really hard. So anyway, the point of this, I'm going to show you the result of it, but all of this, I started with a very, small idea. I wanted to just have okay, so here's how, coding works. I'll give you a brief intro. So, if I were just doing this, I could make it very simple, and I could just open command line, a command line shell, and just use text to make it do what I want. I could make a very simple program, but I gotta manually by hand go into command line and be py, write the name of the script, supercaptions.py space, then I gotta type the exact name of the freaking video file. It would just be chaos to do it in the command line. So I wanted to make a GUI shell for this. So what that means is the program runs in command line but launches an external shell, which you would call an application. It actually launches, I'll show you, I custom coded it to look like a combination of Winamp and VLC, just my impression of it. So anyway, it's not actually either of them. It's just the way I was seeing the artistic vision of what I wanted to create. So a lot of this is actually the GUI itself coded. You can't just make it show something. You have to tell it what you want it to do. So once we get through the GUI, it actually starts doing its job. And its job is to encode subtitles onto a video file. So it's got to do a bunch of different stuff. It's got to pull the SRT and actually hard code it onto the file. But all this other stuff is, say I want to change it to Persian, or do the second language as Arabic or Persian. It has to have all these fallbacks, which allow it to go based on what I pick. It has a drop down radio selector. then it will like skip the GUI. And like it's a pretty good like language model from Whisper. It's actually decent. It's an open source model, so it knows what it's doing, and it's cool. So I coded it. I needed a lot of help, but I got it done and it functions, and I'll show you the end result now. So I'm in my sandbox. Let me show you how I would run this program. So what I would do is I would open the command prompt, okay? Then ideally you want to be running it like in like a sandbox. So then I'm gonna type supercaptions.py. You won't see this. And now it's gonna run the program. I'm gonna bring it up for you. It's a pretty cool feature. So it has to actually load everything like I coded, and then it launches it from the command line. Should be done in a second. Cool. Alright, now let me show you it. So that program, once it's like done its thing, will look like this. That's my program. I made that by hand. Isn't it nifty? Okay, it does everything I want. It's perfect. I pick the video file. I pick the SRT. I select the second language, and it just does it. It gives me a whole little status bar too. And then it does all the coding in the background. It's so cool. I made that myself in like 10 minutes. We are in a temporary ceasefire. Yes, standing stones. Standing stones, you know how you like to make art? This is the kind of art I like to make. I coded that program by hand. That does not exist in the world. You can't download that. That is a towel special. I made that for myself. When I want the computer to do something, I just do it by hand. That is my program. I needed some help to compile it, but it runs and it does everything I want. The output is perfect. It needs a little tinkering because sometimes it doesn't love the translation. It doesn't love doing it, but I'm working on it. However, like it centers the captions really well. Like it does a really good job of what I want it to do, and it's free because I coded it. It uses my resources, like my computer power, my code base. I made it. So yeah, thank you all very much for listening to my explication about my new piece of software. It's only for me. Maybe I'll release it as shareware or like freeware one day. All it does is encode your video subtitles onto your file for free. Oh, hi Slinky Socks, how are you doing? I hope everyone enjoyed that lesson. We don't always do coding lessons, but you may as well learn a little bit. And so that's my Super Captions program. I wanted to show Nikki. I think I did show Nikki. She was proud. But I made that myself. Doesn't really need to be called Super Captions Pro. But I did do I'd say 5 versions of it before I got it working right. I had to bug fix a lot. It didn't do what I wanted all the time. To get it to this state took a long time. Does a really good job though. I'm really proud of this program. I did it in 10 minutes. 40 minutes. I coded it in 10 minutes, but it took me 30 to debug it. And debugging just means you have to be able to throw anything at it that is, it has to be a video file, it has to be an SRT file, but you have to be able to throw anything at it and it will handle it or generate an error that, it can't just not work. It has to function a certain way for me, and I make it so I'm in control of it. I love it. I read stuff to Grant, learned when I was a child from my dad who did code for Chase Bank. Oh, that's awesome, JRP. We got to talk more about it. I'm not great with getting back to emails right now. Hopefully, if the ceasefire continues, I will be able to continue responding to all of you. I'm doing it one person at a time. I'm a week behind. I got to Mimi. I was so happy. Not just that, I now get to frame a card that Mimi sent me. Did I tell you all? Look at this. Look at it. Mimi sent me a card that is a dog. Is that not the greatest thing you've ever seen? I cherish it. I talked to Nikki. She said we can frame it. Nikki is my towel girlfriend. I'm so happy. She makes my heart sing. Translator Towel says my joy is radiant, and it's true. Every moment is a dream. Nikki is just the most wonderful human. Now, Mimi is also wonderful. Mimi and Nikki are going to be friends. We're going to visit Mimi. We're going to visit a lot of you. Can you tell I'm getting tired? I'm on Nikki time. So it's like 2 in the morning. I'm going to bed in like an hour. My point is, that's a dog. Mimi sent me a dog card. How great is that? Look at it. It's a dog. We love dogs. Oh, yes. We love peace. We love Jesus. Well, we love God. Mimi and I love Jesus, at least. Mimi really likes Jesus, which is great. I really like Jesus. And my point is, Mimi loves dogs and goats. Mimi has a baby goat, and she sent me this card. It's just made my heart, other than Nikki, Mimi, this card and you make my heart sing the most of anything. It's because of your love of Ellie and also this dog card. It just has made my day over and over and over again. Wait till you see how much Nikki loves animals. Mimi, you don't understand. She just, they speak to her soul. You're gonna love her. She's great. Hi, how are you, Robin Hood? I'm so glad you got to see the dog card. This was supposed to be 2 hours, by the way. What? I didn't look up for 3 hours. I was supposed to do 2 hours. We're trying to, I've been talking to Nikki. She helps me think a lot. And I think the idea of nightly news on nights where there are not drastic emergencies will help me, be less stressed. Okay, Hezbollah. I understand. I understand. My point is, there is an increasing, pace of tension, but it could only be, it could really be Bibi Netanyahu's government that falls in the next couple weeks. That's very likely. And I think Hezbollah and Iran are going to be a primary reason why. It's just a question of will the U.S. stand down. Do you think Hezbollah liked my coding program? I bet they were like, bro, this kid does not mess around. He just did that for fun. He did that for fun. Yeah, I did. I know Doc Watson, right? Hezbollah is launching drones. Israel is bombing intensely in the southern area of Lebanon. And Hezbollah has increased their rate of attacks. So you get your familiar sound. I know. It probably makes some of you, go into, war mode. That was so intense. I don't think I've actually decompressed. I'm still, today I kind of took a breath. But I don't feel right taking a breath when people are under bombs or dying. So it's hard for me to calm down or relax. Why would I relax when there are people at risk of death? I can't. It makes me feel guilty. So it really took a lot out of me though to cover the war for 44 days in a row. A lot. So getting back to my speech, we're gonna try to do nightly news. If it says nightly news, that means 2 hours. If I go 3 or 4 hours, try to stop me. If there's a lot going on, I will do the regular coverage that is worthy of the war in terms of its intensity. I won't just start ignoring things to do a nightly news. But if I am able to, by the grace of God and with God's blessing, do a 2 hour or 3 hour nightly news, it really helps me preserve my strength when things happen. It really wore me down. I'm okay. But yeah, I think I both gained strength and also learned some of my limits, but I could do it. I was able to do it. If you needed me to do 44 days in a row as president of something, I could do it. I can't do a lot of move. I don't need to move a lot, but I can stay in it mentally for 44 days. I'm very compassionate towards people dying, so I would get mad if I heard about innocents dying, and I would probably yell, but I can do it. I think I've proven it. And Water Under the Fridge said I'm apparently the only person who can cite all those presidents in order. That's probably not. I bet there's a few other people, but yeah, it's a passion project of mine. I just like reciting the presidents in order. And lecturing on the history of Western philosophy and geopolitics in the Middle East. Alright, I'm on Nikki time. I love it. I hope you don't mind that I'm on Nikki time. I'm just very happy I just like to wake up early so I can talk to her. And she's very ahead of me time-wise. She wants to meet you all. We're going to do travel vlogs, so I want you to meet Nikki. I think we're going to do it first on, like, I don't know when, but we're going to do it. We have a plan. So you're going to meet Nikki. She's Towel Girlfriend. She's great. All right. Let's think of other plans. All right. So what am I thinking? Oh, we can listen to a little music. I'm very tired. I didn't realize how tired I was. I guess I didn't expect to do 3 hours of coverage. Let me show you just 1 or 2 more updates. I think I covered what I want. I got it. I don't like doing segments. I like being available to cover what happens. Let me show you the latest. It's 2 a.m. in, it looks like Tehran. This might be Karj. Let's take a look at the streets of Iran.
میدان انقلاب و پشت‌هایی که همچنان گره شده الله اکبر گویانند آن هم به نشانه اقتدار و عزت ایران که میدان رو همچنان دارند آن هم با پرچم‌های حزب الله و پرچم ایران و پرچم یا حسین
Rest well, water under the fridge, my dear friend.
اون هم در ساعت 2:05 بامداد 27 فروردین ماه 1405 میدان انقلاب اسلام. امیرحسین خاتمی، خبرگزاری صدا و سیما.
That's the latest from on the ground in Iran. There's just more national unity, I think, in Iran than in the West. Here's the latest from Nabayath in Lebanon, where this is what's causing Hezbollah to attack in the north. There's lots of bombing raids occurring in South Lebanon, in Nabayath, in Sur, and in other towns. The latest from the Iranian Speaker of the Parliament. The completion and consolidation of a comprehensive ceasefire in Lebanon will be the result of the resistance and steadfast struggle of the great Hezbollah and the unity of the axis of resistance. The United States must comply with the agreement. Resistance and Iran are one soul, both in war and in ceasefire. America should withdraw from its Israel first mistake. Told ya. Told ya. Told ya. Water under the fridge says, free the goats and unhurried. Hashtag free the goats. We get free unhurried too. Alright, here's the latest from Peter Doocy regarding the president's stance on the current Iran talks scheduled to resume without Israel in the coming days, so long as Mr. President can get the ridiculous Bibi Netanyahu to stop bombing people to save himself from jail, as long as President Trump can just feel the support of the entire world and let Bibi fall from government. We can do this. We can get out of this war. We can save lives. We can bring peace. We can have a Persian-American friendship dance. It'll be great.
Good evening, Brett. Officials here are telling us they think as soon as negotiations with Iran wrap up and the Strait of Hormuz opens back up, then gas prices will start to drop. Problem is, we don't know when negotiations with Iran will wrap up or when the Strait of Hormuz will open back up.
The message is the short-term volatility for long-term gain.
Peace talks between the U.S. and Iran remain paused.
I saw some reporting, again, bad reporting this morning, that we had formally requested an extension of the ceasefire. That is not true at this moment.
Part of the problem, Iran says it will negotiate on enriching uranium. It just won't stop altogether.
The Islamic Republic of Iran, based on its needs, must be allowed to continue enrichment.
But stopping enrichment was the whole point of Operation Epic Fury.
If I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon.
On Saturday, President Trump warned China not to send air defense systems to Iran.
If China does that, China's going to have big problems, okay?
5 days later, the president announces they have agreed not to send weapons to Iran. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. A few weeks ago, officials were very optimistic about gas prices, which today average $4.11 a gallon.
Are you confident that gas will be back under $3 a gallon by the busy summer travel season, Mr. Secretary?
There's a very good chance that'll be true.
That was March 15th. On April 13th,
Well, by the summer is aggressive time frame now.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has a specific window. When are we really going to get $3 a gallon gas?
Well, I think that's going to be the up to how the negotiations go. President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. I'm optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th that we can have $3 gas again.
Secretary Bessent also told us that officials here are very closely watching gas station owners who quickly raised gas prices when the price of oil went up. They want to make sure that those owners bring the prices down quickly as well.
Damn commies. Listen to them. They're like, listen, we're not getting what we want. We're going to impose communism. I knew it. I knew it. They're Baal-worshipping commies. Oh, the gas station owners are charging more because the price of oil went up. They must be price fixing. Let's impose a price cap. Damn commies. I knew they were commies. They're all commies. They just pretend like they're fighting over capitalism, etc. No, they're commies. They're Baal-worshipping commies. It's time we cut the nonsense. I'm not sugarcoating it for you anymore. They would gladly and gleefully force gas station owners to charge less at their own expense if it meant artificially reducing the price of oil. That's communism. Maybe not by the book, but it's communism. I declare it communism. Damn commies. The commies are everywhere. Oh, goodness. The commies are everywhere. They're in the executive offices. They're in the White House. They're just everywhere. The commies took over America and called themselves capitalists. I demand satisfaction. I object. I object. We can't just have commies telling the gas station owners that they can't set the price that they want for gas. If you elect me, I will never use the power of the government to tell the gas station owners that they have to sell gas at a certain price. That's outrageous. I demand satisfaction. I thought we were supposed to be regulated market capitalists. Where did all this communism come from? I won't have any of this communism in the United States. Oh no, this has gone far too far. Listen, you want to be a communist? Go to China or some other communist country. We got rid of communism. We're not going back now. I'm not against helping people. I just think telling gas station owners they have to charge less at their own expense by fiat of the government is communism. It may not be like a 5-year plan. It's not as bad as it could be, but it's communism. I demand satisfaction. I have a virulent opposition to domestic communism. Not because you can't be a communist, but because I don't trust the damn commies. You know what I'm saying? Iran, we can work with. Damn commies? No. Zero chance. You can't be a commie. No. You can be a commie, but you can't. None of that, damn commies. No telling the gas station owner. I won't allow it. I simply will not permit it. I will never, I pledge to you, I will never use the power of the federal government to force gas station owners to charge a certain price. Even in a time of national emergency, I would just make you buy gas on alternating days based on your license plate. I wouldn't force the gas station owners to charge a certain price. Today, Prime Minister Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan and the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, met in Jeddah. Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Senator Mohammed Iskar Dar, is also present with the Prime Minister. So Saudi Arabia obviously taking a strong interest in a relationship with Pakistan during the course of ongoing negotiations with between Iran and the U.S. I think it's fair to say that Pakistan has experienced much like Ukraine, obviously Ukraine has substantially advanced its geopolitical standing and its financial resources and sort of its prestige by virtue of President Zelensky's like extremely savvy geopolitical diplomacy in the Middle East, whereupon he received more money in defense contracts for anti-drone interception technology than I'm pretty sure Ukraine has gotten from its GDP in 10 years. He got it in 3 days. He did a whirlwind tour right when the war was at its worst, and he gave technology and contracts not only in real time to people like Saudi Arabia, who no love lost between Saudi and Iran. They were already fighting a proxy war in Yemen going back to 2014, with Iran backing the Houthis and Saudi Arabia backing the bifurcated Yemenis National Council in the south. But my point is, other than Ukraine, who you can't even put, I don't think the world will understand for 12 months just how strong Ukraine's position is financially, politically, socially, geopolitically, under a realpolitik analysis, under like a utopian liberal analysis, however you look at it. Other than Ukraine's tactical like genius advancements, as an objective analyst, I don't know how President Zelensky accomplished what he accomplished. It was incredible. In 12 days, he decimated a very strong post-Soviet propaganda operation that Putin's people had been running against his state for 5 years. And he survived a Russian war of aggression for 5 years. And he lived. And he built up a domestic industry that the Saudis and other Gulf states wanted to pay him to outsource for 10 years. Drone interception technology in particular. Incredible. Like Ukraine's, when they write the history of this war, how God willing it ends soon with no more death. Ukraine's like part of this, they played a way bigger role than anyone realizes. They were just very crafty about it. They had like a very like niche expertise in countering like fiber optic drone technology. They were the only ones in the world who had it developed to the point that they did, because they survived the Russian war for so long. And so they swooped in and realized that the Gulf states would pay, because the Patriots were useless against some of the drones, that the Gulf states would pay, and they did a lot. Ukraine set for a very long time. They're a powerhouse. I don't know how they did it. I want to talk to President Zelensky. I want to interview him. He seems very smart. I'd like to make it happen. I just want to talk to him. I feel like he would do an interview with us. He's very, very smart. And he speaks very good English. His English has improved drastically in the past 3 years. So I want to talk to him. That would be nice. And but outside of Ukraine, I think Pakistan, no, let me rephrase. 3 people have come out winners in this war, okay? Iran is the biggest winner by far. I mean, they went from, under the Rawlsian analysis, looked at as not even a decent consultation hierarchy. They were seen as a rogue outlaw state on par with North Korea. I'm not insulting them. That was just the consensus because of Bibi and the Washington consensus. That was the general geopolitical thought. If you read conventional Western political literature in academia about Iran until like 3 months ago, most people, most scholars in the West that were part of the military-industrial complex or the like security state, the intelligence community, they would have argued Iran was what's called a rogue outlaw state. Now, Iran is considered like a geopolitical powerhouse who like is not only a rational state actor, but like power is not just about how smart you are. If international relations were about intelligence, the world would be organized very differently. I don't know who would be in charge, but it wouldn't be the way it is now. It's about soft and hard power. Hard power is military power. It's like 60% of it. 40% of it's what's called soft power. It's like diplomacy and other forms of indirect pressure. And like prestige is a big part of it. Like perception is reality in international diplomacy. It's not really about any one bombing or any one attack or any one capability or any one diplomat or any one position. It's like, what is the impression of your state? Like, what's the general consensus about your state? And people kind of ebb and flow. And then it's power. It's military power. Iran, for 20 years, has hedged its ability, intentionally, has hedged its own direct influence in the region out of fear of U.S. military attack. Not Israeli military attack, U.S. military attack. They survived. That's the big, victory. It is a huge... It's not a military victory in the traditional sense, which is why they're not trying to go overboard. They're not gloating. They know they didn't fight a 4-year war of attrition, get to Stalingrad, let's say, get to Karj, hold out against a siege, somehow repel the invaders 400 miles, or even more. I don't even want to tell you how many square miles Iran is. Get them out of there, and then, conquer them. No, that did not happen. Okay? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Iran withstanding, standing firm against a U.S. military attack that should have crippled them, and then the whole time attacking Israel successfully. They have so many missiles. Iran does. They're very effective. Ballistic missiles that go very fast, like Mach 15 to Mach 18. Khorram Sharhars, which go Mach 8 in the atmosphere, which is not exothermic. It's easier to go fast when you're outside the atmosphere. It's thinner. The air's thinner. Less resistance. It goes Mach 8 inside the atmosphere. That's oh God, probably 8,000 kilometers an hour. So 4,500 miles an hour or so, maybe less, maybe more. That's double the speed of the fastest jet on Earth, which is an F-22 Raptor. That goes Mach 2.5, which is 1,500 miles an hour at best. Once the Khorram Sharhar gets 7 kilometers from its target, it has a 1,500 kilometer warhead. It opens up and releases 40 to 120, but one version is 80 bomblets. They're not grenades. They're 3-foot bomblets that use the environment against the population. If the bomblet hits just a cement kind of street, it doesn't do a lot of damage if it just goes under the concrete. But if it hits a car, if it hits a house, it can burn down a house. It can explode a car easily. It causes secondary explosions that terrorize populations. And what Iran did that's so terrifying, it's what Israel didn't want the world to know. They have a bomb, the Khorram Sharhar, that when it hits the ground, utilizes the civilian infrastructure as an additional component of the weapon. The weapon isn't the bomb, just the bomb. It's how the bomb hits its targets. It can't be intercepted. And once the bomblet hits, it turns your own infrastructure, your cars, your houses, into the weapon. It burns them. It's like an incendiary bomb. It completely changed the politics of the Middle East in 44 days. It's really what had to happen. There was never gonna be an apocalypse. I don't know why. A lot of people thought that the world was going to change because of an apocalypse. I think a lot of those stories, although true, about certain floods, the Younger Dryas impact, etc. Those are true. But that's not how ages change. Ages just change because there's a fundamental realignment of the sort of active condition of soul of the polities of the world. It just kind of happens, and then apocryphally, it's encoded, the lessons, the moral lessons of the dynamic shift are encoded into a literary illusion that, it's called a myth, a mythos. It's a way to hand down the lessons so people don't go through it again. That's kind of what happens. We definitely went through a changing of the ages. It wasn't the apocalypse everyone thought it was going to be. A lot of people had predictions that it was going to be certain types of apocalypse, but it really wasn't. What it was just a gentle kind of shift. It was violent, don't get me wrong, but it was not nuclear holocaust. It was a gentle shift in the ages. And we're now kind of here. It's the new age. It's a little bit more liberating. It feels a little more free. There's less blackmail. You can kind of just be nice and no one's mad about it. It's nice. And you can kind of have opinions. And it's very easy for just a good idea to spread around the world. There's not a lot of interference between like the polity and the wider public. Like people just hear what everyone has to say. They're generally nice to each other. It's very nice. I like it. It's very pleasant. We're gonna be fine. It was a little rocky. I knew it was gonna get a little bumpy. I kind of predicted it over the past 6 months. I said it's gonna get a little bumpy. But overall, it was rough. It was like kind of breaking through on an L trip. But I think it was the right thing for the world to experience. It wasn't what the West thought they were going to get, but it's what the West needed. It was a good thing. And war is never good, but the outcome was appropriate. It was the only reasonable outcome that would allow history to move forward. I was talking a lot about the suppression of the cultural antithesis the other day. And Hegel's syntactical form is not a thesis. It's just how history is. You have a thesis, like a predominant cultural archetype. You have an antithesis, counterculture. They mash, they create a synthesis, it becomes the new thesis, it repeats, the process repeats. For 27 years, the U.S. government and certain parts of its intelligence community and the Israeli government attempted to suppress the emergence of a new cultural antithesis. They tried to stop history from moving forward, to artificially impose a form of cultural thesis that was unapologetically hegemonic and illiberal foundationally, and based on Baal worshipping and hurting kids and doing terrible things and running guns and drugs and just evil. And by doing so, they use sigils and grimoires and I'm sure mass trauma. God knows what they had to give away to the devil to make all that happen. But they got 27 years of New Canaan, and now it's time for it all to burn down rhetorically. The money changers have been chased out of the temple. It's all over now. It's just a question of what you all will do with your newfound agency. I hope you do very good things. I think you're going to. I just sense the world is very, very good. All of you are wonderful, just that I've met. Even if you are just like a cross-section of 180 countries, you're all just wonderful. And if that's what the world is, we're going to be fine. I think people just wanted permission to actually express themselves in that way unapologetically. We were dealing with a lot of blackmail. Our countries were wholly dominated and controlled. So we got to rebuild. It's going to take a while, but I'm very hopeful. I really am. I'm hopeful for a better tomorrow. I really think that it comes from a place of... I think the best way for me to say it is it comes from a place of what would have been the natural cultural sort of exchange that occurred in 1999, 2000, 2001, but for PNAC, Project for a New American Century. But for what those guys did, we actually would have been here 27 years ago. Not just here, not just with Iran meeting with Pakistan. We just would have had a nice, things would have been like they were in the 1990s. It was so nice to be alive back then. I just want to give you all that feeling again. We'll get there. But Iran had to come out on top, and they were the ones who benefited the most. Second was Pakistan. Pakistan's geopolitical standing has really increased. It's seen completely differently as a nation. Everyone loves Pakistan except for Israel, and no one cares that Bibi's mad at Pakistan. They're just like, Bibi, stop talking. What are you going to do, Bibi? Bomb Pakistan? So anyway, and then Ukraine, another big winner. The three winners in this war are Iran, Pakistan, and Ukraine in three different ways. And the world's going to be completely different if this war, other than the part with Israel, if the war ends between the U.S. and Iran, the world will be complete. It already is completely different. We just need the actual peace agreement. I'm not declaring it over until they sign it. It has a very serious implication when you sign a peace agreement. Hello, Lane Matrix. It's so good to see you. Here again was Iran's foreign minister meeting the Pakistani Chief of Army Staff Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir earlier in Tehran. So clearly Iran still has airports. But wouldn't you look at that? Pakistan is so respected, they can just fly into Tehran. We have peace. These are the scenes of peace. Who knows if it will hold? I think it might hold. Pakistan's just that good. Who knew? Hezbollah and Pakistan. They were the sleepers. Pakistan wasn't really a sleeper. I just didn't. I mean, they're very natural as a mediator, but I didn't think they'd be this good. They're really good. They're so proud of this ceasefire. Every day it continues. Pakistan is literally gaining international prestige every hour. They did a yeoman's job. Their country will completely change because of this as well. They're going to be seen as peacemakers if they pull this off, which is not a bad thing. It helps the people of Pakistan to have an international reputation as deal makers. You get things like your country benefits if you're seen as the people to go to solve problems. Doesn't mean that you make decisions and impose your will. It just means you're seen as the guy. You want to be that guy. I mean, it's really good for Pakistan. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised. I think I'm surprised at how efficient they were. They didn't need any trial and error. They got it right from the beginning. They really did a good job. Yeah, Bibi, I agree, Mimi. Bibi's the only one who really lost. If you want to count the losers of this war, you could say President Trump and his movement, but it's not his movement. The people, that voted for him, they're gonna keep going. They're gonna find other people to support. They didn't lose. It's more like Mr. President. He lost a lot of face, is what it's called. He lost face. He lost a lot of prestige. He's a lame duck. He doesn't really have a lot of influence, as it were. And now the military doesn't have its oomph. So, bro, you can't be doing that. You just, made the U.S. military look bad. We now look very weak, and you can't try to fix that by more bombing or we'll look more weak. So you just have to get out like a all right, I don't gamble, but a good gambler quits after they win $50. Just stop. You already won. Stop. So in this case, a win is stopping now. You don't get more military prestige by looking worse, by bombing more and then not getting anything. So you've made the American military look worse than Vietnam. It's really bad. It wasn't just Mr. President Trump looking bad. This was a mistake that cost American military prestige. We can't be having that. It's a big problem. It changes the tactical calculation for other countries. I wouldn't use the military this way, but I'm disgusted that our prestige was used this way. And if you do it, you gotta win. And he didn't win at all. Not even close. Not within 100 miles. It almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and this wasn't even an almost. He lost the propaganda. Bibi and Mr. President Trump lost the propaganda war. They're the American people love Iran. What? Where did that come from? They lost the war. They didn't change the regime. Iran still has everything it had, and probably stuff we don't know about. It has way more missiles than anyone knows. It depleted Israel's interceptors. They were using 2026 stock by the end. Iran was about to wipe out Israel, and they can and will do it. So to stop them, we have to respect all of us in the West, the Muslim world. About time. They're such nice people. Do you know how good the food is? Do you know how excited I am when we have peace to go to Iran? I want to go to Lebanon. I want to go to Iran. I want to eat the food. I want to meet the people. Do you know how great it's going to be? We've been missing out on all these wonderful people. They're very religious. They like Jesus. Just because they're very religious, we can respect their culture, when visiting them. That doesn't mean there's nothing wrong with them having a different form of religious worship. They're not going to arrest you as long as you're very nice. You don't spit on the ground. Don't touch a woman who's in a hijab. Very simple things, and you're going to be fine. In fact, Ali Hashim has been critical of the government of Iran on Al Jazeera English. So like I don't know. My point is I'm looking forward to it. I really want to go like through the Middle East. I think it's about time we had more cross-cultural exchanges between the people of the Middle East and the West. I think I've seen a lot of people from the Middle East who have made a lot of American friends here who are like, wait a minute. Americans are actually really like loving. They're very nice. They're just like hostage to this like Baal worshipping government. And then they're like, wait a minute, like they want it, they don't like this either. Oh, okay, well we can fix that. And now everybody's on the same side. It's great. I'm very pleased. Oh no, an Australian refinery is on fire. We have seen, so what I've heard, I actually did a little investigative research into this. I talked to a few people who live around refineries. Because remember I told you I was really interested. I thought there was like some domestic sabotage because Maryland's 911 system was compromised on March 14th, maybe March 11th, by Iran. How do I know this? It was in a warrant, a probable cause search warrant affidavit filed by the FBI in open court. I read it. So I know Iran compromised the 911 system in Maryland on March 11th or March 14th. So I then got really interested in refinery explosions because they kept happening. And when you're in a state of war, anything that is a large explosion at an industrial area domestically reeks of sabotage, even though it might be normal. So I did some discussion with people who live around refineries. Here's what I learned. Refineries actually tend to blow up. Not like explode entirely. There are explosions at refineries, not regularly, but I'd say people who live near the bigger ones said it happens enough where they don't always react to it like it's an emergency. There was one explosion at the refinery that processes a lot of Venezuelan oil. The people that I talked to said that one was actually very abnormal. Like there are refinery fires, and then there's what happened. I think it was in Port Arthur. I don't remember exactly. It was the very big oil refinery that processes a lot of like the Venezuelan oil that's been coming up. They said that one was very abnormal. The other stuff, some of the refinery fires around the country, they said seemed a little more normal. But that one, I don't have any answers about. However, whenever I see a refinery fire, like what I've now learned is until you see someone saying it's abnormal for the area, it could just be a natural consequence of highly flammable chemicals and oil stored under intense conditions. That's like what I was able to discover. Is that the final word on it? No. But that's my general approach now. Like I know the difference somewhat between a refinery fire, or at least how to ask someone who lives in the area if a refinery fire is, quote, normal or like an emergency situation. Ms. Clutch says, Pentagon reportedly asked GM and Ford to begin producing weapons. Yeah, that's pretty normal, Ms. Clutch. So, all American companies produce weapons. Whether you know about it publicly or not is a different story. I'm not saying like KB Toys or whatever like toy store exists nowadays that makes weapons. No. But a lot of companies that you think make like chips or make like screens, or let me just give her in. Let me just speak generally. A lot of companies that you think make one thing actually make a lot of other things. A lot of patents that you think are for one thing are not for what they're for. The patent system is very protected by national security, and they don't write in the patent, this is national security. They just lie in the patent. So, with that said, yeah, Miss Clutch, I don't know what to tell you. Let's just say there's a lot more military contracts for weapon production than I think anyone realizes, and every company that you've ever heard of is part of the defense industrial base. It's like a duty, and they also make a lot of money. It's just like they do it a special way to keep it off the books. Because frankly, no one needs to know who's making weapons or where they're making them. No one, it's actually illegal to report it. Once they build a facility, you can't report ever where weapons production facilities are located in the United States. It's actually a violation of the Espionage Act. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. By the way, some people ask why I get a little monotone. It's actually to save my voice. And also I get tired. It's 2 a.m. for me. I'm on South African time. My girlfriend lives in South Africa. She's so beautiful. I've waited 37 years. Not 37, but ever since I was a kid, like 16. I never knew what it was to actually just be so radiantly, like, enthralled with someone. I met my person. She said I'm her person. It's the greatest feeling. I just want you all to share in this. And I want to help people by modeling positive behavior and showing you just how much I value Nikki. She's so wonderful. She's just the greatest person I've ever met. I've met a lot of amazing people, but no one's ever got me like Nikki does. And I get to talk about her on stream. She loves it because she wakes up the next day and gets to listen to it. I have to say towel girlfriend so she can find it in the stream though. So anyway, you're gonna meet Nikki soon. I forget what I was ranting about. Oh yeah, I want to think more about how to model just like the happiness I found. I think the family unit is very important. I just think, like, I learned that from Charlie Kirk. I also learned how to be comfortable talking about my religion and love for Jesus by watching Charlie Kirk clips. It was random. He would just show up a lot in the shorts feed on my random apps. And eventually I was like, wait a minute. Like, I don't agree with him on everything, but like, he's so comfortable talking about Jesus. I can just say Matthew 25:31-46 and talk about the parable of the lamb and the goats, sheep and the goats. It could be the lamb and the goats. I think it's the sheep and the goats. My point is I can just do that and people are going to be like, oh, he likes Jesus, and be cool with it. That's why I do this. And so anyway, my point is, I forget why I started talking about that. Oh, that makes me happy. So like, that makes me happy. It gives me hope for a better world. And then also what makes me happy is all of you and the compassion and camaraderie you show to each other. And then what also makes me happy is that I met Nikki. She's wonderful. I just can't wait for you all to meet her. She wants to, I don't know how we're going to do it. We have some ideas. We're obviously going to travel vlog, but just like you meeting her is very important to me. So I want you to do that. Oh, and I was saying I'm on Nikki time. So I like to wake up very, very early to go, to talk to her because she's 6 hours ahead. So that's why I get tired earlier nowadays. It's good though. It's great. I'm just pleased. I've waited my whole life. People have understood me and possessed me, but they've never actually gelled with me on that level. You only have one, I think, soulmate. I really believe that, and she's definitely it. I can't even believe it's possible. I don't think either of us believed it. It had to have been fate or God. I believe that. I just can't wait for you to meet her. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first. We've been dating for a while, a couple weeks, but I didn't believe it at first. We talked for a while before that. It's almost impossible. And she likes Bowling for Soup. Do you know how much I like the band Bowling for Soup? Very few people just like the band Bowling for Soup. Dude, she sings the songs from memory. It's the greatest thing ever, and she has a great singing voice. Can I just tell you how wonderful my girlfriend is? Do you mind if I do that? It really makes my heart sing. Hi, Island Girl. You are a towel. Trelly's like, you got me rolling. I know, Trelly. The best part is, I understand. It's great. The radiant happiness. Someone told me today, they were like, Grant, when you talk about Nikki, it makes me blissful. I was like, oh, I'm going to keep doing it then. I get to bring people happiness. Oh, this is all I've ever asked for. This is great. I love Bowling for Soup, Tiffany Bob. We listened to the song, Girl, All the Bad Guys Want. Then we listened to the song Emily, and then we listened to the song, I didn't get to do the Come Back to Texas one. We only got to listen to 2 songs from one album. She was tired. She wanted to stay up. She says hello to you all, but she had was sleeping. She had to go to bed. It's 6 hours ahead there. But yeah, she's wonderful. So I just wanted to let you know that. Apparently, so I do like talking about it, but someone earlier told me that when I talk about her, like, they just get joy in their heart. So I was like, well, okay, let's do it. Oh, silent dogs. That sounds wonderful. You're nice to sleep with your dogs. Nikki said we can get a dog or multiple animals. She loves animals. So I'm going to have a towel doggo or two or a cat. I don't know. We might have like 7 animals. I'm a little worried, like, how many animals she's going to get. It's cool. Like, there's a limit. She can't have 40 hamsters. I know that's a very specific number. We've talked about this. She's not allowed to have 40 hamsters. She totally would, though. She would just, like, if I let her, which, like, I would talk to her about it, but I would have to stop her from having a farm. She would have, like, 77,000 animals. I would love it, bro. We'd hang, but at a certain point, how are you going to feed all the animals? You know, like, I guess I could buy her a farm. Maybe that's what I'm going to do. She just needs to, like, have a farm. I'm going to buy her a farm, and she can put all the animals she wants on it. This is a great plan. Who helped me come up with this plan? Oh, it's going to be great. Oh, silent dogs, I just want to let you know, through, like, 6 degrees of me being a towel, you inspired me to buy Nikki a farm. So, good. Thank you for that, silent dogs. I'm going to buy her a farm. I'm going to make a note about this. Buy Nikki a farm so she can get animals and put them on the farm. All right, I got a plan. She's going to love this plan. Good job, silent dogs. You've done an excellent thing here for humanity. I'm buying Nikki a farm so she can put her animals there. It's a great plan. Then she can have like 150 hamsters. Can you put hamsters on a farm? We'll have to do a little research. Anyway, this is going to be great. Yes, Mimi, joy to the world. All right, can you tell I'm tired? Once I just start, kind of talking about how wonderful Nikki is, I'm getting a little tired. That's what my brain thinks about when it doesn't, when it's kind of getting tired. It just defaults to thinking about Nikki. So that's good. She's wonderful. All right, we'll do one more update about President Trump, who apparently this reporter just called him and he picked up. So, reporter from Express, what did President Trump say when you called him on his
Where were you when you called him?
I was just at my hotel.
At the hotel?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And he picked up the phone? And then what did you ask him?
I asked him if
Did he know you were in Pakistan?
I told him.
Ah.
So I asked him about potential talks, and then I happened to mention, hey, I'm...
Island Girl, you know what? In your honor, as long as it's not like the Epstein Island, yes, I'll buy Nikki an island. Okay, hold on. Island Girl also suggests buying Nikki an island. Okay, it has to be a cheap island. I don't think she'd like anything like ostentatious. She can have a little island, though. Just a small island. It can be like 100 feet by 100 feet. That's a big island. I'll build her a house by hand on it. That'll be fun. Good plan, Island Girl. I'm going to get her an island and a farm. We got big plans.
Here in Islamabad. Yeah. Should I...
Oh, goodness. Mimi. Ellie is pregnant. Oh, this is wonderful. Ellie the goat. Well, she's not a baby goat anymore. She's a pregnant goat. Congratulations, Ellie. I hope you and the new goat baby you have. See, Ellie is now going to be a goat mom. Congratulations. Ellie is Mimi's goat. Mimi has a goat. So congratulations, Ellie.
I come home and...
We do love goats. We just want to save the goats. I'm going to come meet the goats. It's going to be great. I love goats.
And he said, go ahead and come home. I don't think they're going to happen in this...
Wait. This was aired today, by the way. She's retelling what happened with Mr. President. She just called
I happened to mention, hey, I'm here in Islamabad. Yeah. Should I come home? And he said, go ahead and come home. I don't think they're going to happen in Islamabad. I'm not even sure if they're going to happen anytime soon. So I took that as the go-ahead to say, okay, these aren't going to happen. I kept my flights, and then I put out a story saying they're not going to happen in Islamabad. And then 37 minutes later, I looked down at my phone, and I have a call from the President of the United States.
Ah, and you were still at the hotel?
Yes.
You were just walking out, you were like in the lobby?
Yeah, I was just at the hotel and in the middle of work, and I was filing stories back home for the New York Post, and my phone rings, and I answer it.
And what did he say?
He says, you called earlier, and you asked whether or not you should go home.
you should stick around for about 48 more hours. There's going to be there could be some news developing. He said things are progressing, and I've decided that if these talks do happen, they will happen in Islamabad. And then he went a step further and told me why.
What did he say?
Yeah, he attributed that to his relationship with the field marshal here, and how he's very impressed with the work that he's been doing and their relationship that they've built over ending the war last year with India.
That's incredible. I was wondering why the New York Post published that earlier. That's the only reason, the justifiable reason to be able to do that. Can you believe what that must have been like for that reporter? Because the way it works is, your job as a reporter, so say I called like President Zelensky, then he was like, no, I don't want to give you an interview like live, I'm busy, and you're growing, although I'm a pretty big channel, like 1.3 million views, not impressions, in like 40 days, plus 180 country viewership, etc. But if he were like, listen, I don't want to give you an interview live or on tape, but I'll talk to you on the phone. My job as a journalist, I have to say to him, like, he should know the rules, but he's a president of a country. So let me just give you an example. If you're talking to the president of the U.S., it's assumed it's on the record, unless he affirmatively asks for it to be off the record, and you say yes, then it's off the record. You use that, you'll get fired immediately. If the president calls you, or like if I were talking to President Zelensky, and he's like, okay, we're on the record, and he's just talking to you, your job as a journalist is to write down everything he says. You need to ask him questions, but what you're doing, I'll tell you what it's like to do that. I've never talked to the president, but when I interview people like that, and they're gonna let me use it on the record, I can't like record it, bro. Do not say in that, you gotta feel it out. You really gotta feel it out. Don't be saying to the source at that moment, can I record you? Don't do it. You're gonna feel the tug to do it, but don't do it. You'll throw them off. They won't act naturally. Just let them talk. You're a journalist. Let them talk. You might, like, hopefully you have your editor there if you work for a major publication, but if you're independent, just let them freaking talk. So if they're on the record and they know they're on the record, people got to be careful in the U.S. You can't just be talking to journalists. If you're in the U.S., they're going to assume, if you're a political figure, that you know it's on the record from the jump. If it's a foreign leader, the press is probably going to say, listen, are we on or off the record, as a matter of respect. The U.S. president, unless he asks for off the record, he's on the record. You need to start typing immediately. Don't ask to record. Don't pull your tape recorder out unless you've got somebody next to you taking notes. Just start typing. Don't stop. Just start typing. Listen, like verbatim, type what he is saying. If you are typing fast enough and you can get a cognizant question out, do it, and then go back to typing. Don't miss a single word. Especially the President of the United States, you type every word he says. Okay, you ask the questions you can, you get as much as you can, you say goodbye, you grab those quotes, that is your quote. He said it to you, you're a journalist, that's the quote. It doesn't matter if he changes his mind. You don't need to worry about being right or wrong in terms of what he does next. He said it to you, write it up. That's what she did. 37 minutes later, he doesn't put out a press statement. He sees her article in the Post. It's a big paper. I think Kushner owns it or something. I don't remember. He might own the Daily News. It's all complicated. The point is, he sees the article. He calls her 37 minutes later. He doesn't put out a statement. He calls the journalist he had just spoke to and says, you know what? That whole conversation we just had, no, you should stay. And then tells her more. She's furiously typing again. Her job. Now she has to, it's not her reputation. She didn't cause a problem. She didn't misrelay it. She types up what he says. She rushes out. She now got another scoop of the century and puts it out. That's what this president is like. And she's baffled. Listen to her try to describe
Where were you when
this.
you called him?
I was just at my hotel.
Mind you, this is the peace talks that are going to occur in, like, tomorrow or the next day. She's the one who he announced it through. Look at her reaction. She's baffled.
At the hotel.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And he picked up the phone, and then what did you ask him?
I asked him if...
Did he know you were in Pakistan?
I told him.
Ah.
So I asked him about potential talks. And then I happened to mention, hey, I'm here in Islamabad. Should I come home? And he said, go ahead and come home. I don't think they're going to happen in Islamabad. I'm not even sure if they're going to happen anytime soon. So I took that as the go ahead to say, okay, these aren't going to happen. I kept my flights, and then I put out a story saying they're not going to happen in Islamabad. And then 37 minutes later, I looked down at my phone and I have a call from the President of the United States.
And you were still at the hotel?
Yes.
You were just walking out, you were like in the lobby?
Yeah, I was just at the hotel and in the middle of work, and I was filing stories back home for the New York Post, and my phone rings and I answer it.
And what did he say?
He says, you called earlier and you asked whether or not you should go home. You should stick around for about 48 more hours. There's going to be, there could be some news developing. He said,
oh, no, Talmum, buddy, you're right. She called him first. She got his number. And she called him. He answered a random number. And then he called her back.
Things are progressing, and I've decided that if these talks do happen, they will happen in Islamabad. And then he went a step further and told me why.
What did he say?
Yeah, he attributed that to his relationship with the field marshal here, and how he's very impressed with the work that he's been doing and their relationship that they've built over ending the war last year with India.
So let me show you a little bit more for context and educational journalistic reporting purposes about what it's like when you call the president. This is Agence France Presse. I'm only going to show a small segment.
Line to Donald Trump's personal mobile phone. You literally dial the number and then Trump picks up.
Wow. So that's apparently what it's like. The number gets passed around. I've read an article about this. I've never done it. Could I do it? Yes. He would probably talk to me. If I were like, hi, Mr. President, I reach 180 countries. I really like Jesus. You knew my grandfather. He would talk to me. He would be like, who do you work for? Be like, well, I used to write for Juris. Now I'm independent. I just cover the war. I reach 180 countries. I got a lot of views. He'd be down with it. Like, that's how he thinks. He'll only talk to you if you have an audience. But I'm like, Mr. President, but you got to get the number. You have to know someone in the press who has a number. It's not hard to get, but you shouldn't call it unless you're in the press. And the only reason you should be calling the president's cell phone is if you're in the press. There's like 100 outlets, and maybe 100 to 200 independent reporters who would be on that list. In the U.S., it's a little bit bigger if you consider international media. You call that number, and you're not on the press, you're probably going to get in trouble. Not in trouble, but the FBI or somebody would start watching you. You can't be calling the president unless you're the press. But you can do it. And you don't get it from the White House. The press gives it out amongst themselves. It's a trust thing. It's the strict. Yes. Tiffany Bob, yes. We're going to listen to this report. They have his personal cell phone number.
2 years, and I've been a White House correspondent for nearly 3 years now. It was about sort of 10 in the evening when we were deciding to call him, and it was just after the big breaking news of the Iran ceasefire deal. Calling Donald Trump it's all about timing, really. You want to try and get him ideally in the evenings or sometimes at the weekend if he's been playing golf when he's a bit more relaxed. But it's also about trying to time it for the news. You want to get him at a time when there's breaking news, particularly for AFP since we're a wire service. Just after the second ring, he picked up and goes, hello, in that unmistakable Donald Trump voice. My first question was really the burning question that I wanted to know was, was he...
All right, we had a question. Have other presidents done this? Here's how it started. There was no press corps before FDR. FDR invented the press corps. There was the press, but there was no press corps. In the early 1900s, there were these things people called the muckrakers. The first one was Henry Damaris Lloyd, then Ida Tarbell in 1880 and 1890. And then when Teddy Roosevelt was president, you really got to read Doris Kearns Goodwin, the Golden Age of American Journalism. It's a great book. It's actually called The Bully Pulpit, Theodore Roosevelt, Ida Tarbell, and the Golden Age of American Journalism. I've read that book, like, listened to it on Audible. I'm not exaggerating, 150 times. That's lowballing it. It might be closer to like 250. It might be closer to 500. Alright, it's possible I listened to it for like a year, and when I first found it, like 6 years ago, I listened to it every night for like, this is embarrassing, at least 18 months in a row. I mean, every night, over and over and over. I know every chapter. I know every segment of that book by heart. I love that book. So you got to understand, like, the way it really started was Ida Tarbell and Upton Sinclair and S.S. McClure. They would go to the White House in like it started, I forget, I think it was Upton Sinclair's The Jungle in 1903 that started it. Like, if you know anything about like tuberculotic beef in specifically like 1901 in America, it's a very niche thing to know about, but it was a problem. Like, and what happened was, so there was no like governmental regulation back then. It was kind of like, do what thou will. There was no consumer protection. You just kind of did things. And so there was a little problem. Like, the trusts were a problem. Like, Standard Oil was a problem. Northern Trust was a problem. Like, Northern Steel. The railroads were a problem. There were a lot of, like, economic, like, oligarchs. They were, like, robber barons. They were a problem. But Teddy Roosevelt wasn't going to, like, invite Ida Tarbell to the White House because she, like, found a corporate record in the New York Library. No, he knew about her, and he was writing to her. He was like, good job, Ida. He liked her, but he wasn't, like, inviting her to the White House. What started it was Upton Sinclair wrote this book called The Jungle. And Upton Sinclair, it's such a complicated story. Upton Sinclair was a socialist, but he was also a journalist, and he was trying to make America socialist. His famous line is he was aiming for America's heart and hit their gut. He was trying to write a story about how, like, industrial economies, like, alienate, like, wealth and do so by, like, killing the populace through unsafe products. What he actually did was write a book that made America think that we needed to regulate the beef industry. Teddy Roosevelt, being, like, the very genius politician he was like, wait a minute. I sent my agricultural inspector out to Chicago, like, 6 months ago. Like, he came back with a, like, sparkling report. Like, I want to talk to this journalist, Upton Sinclair, about The Jungle. So Upton Sinclair, like, gets summoned to the White House. And that's really where it started. You got to understand what McClure's magazine was. It was like the biggest magazine of the day. But it wasn't a magazine. It was a periodical. It was like Newsweek, but before Newsweek was Newsweek. It was bigger than Time. It was like the biggest periodical of the time. It was bigger than the newspapers. Okay, that was run by a guy named S.S. McClure. He was kind of like, how do I describe S.S. McClure? He was like a megalomaniac, but he was very smart. Like, very smart. But, like, a little bit, he went overboard at the end and tried to make, like, a bank, and it caused the whole thing to collapse. But during the heyday of it, McClure's was epic. They published Tweed Days at St. Louis. That's one of my favorite, like, exposés of public corruption in the history of American journalism. Just really good. It's not explosive, but it's just really good. He really, like, nailed it. I think that might have been Sinclair. I forget who that was. It was either Sinclair, it wasn't Tarbell. It was one of the guys who worked under McClure. Set the dude out there. It was like, just go right. The dude, it might have been Sinclair. Whoever wrote Tweed Days in St. Louis. Let me just look it up. Might have actually been Upton Sinclair. I hate Googling things. Lincoln Steffens. I knew it wasn't Sinclair. Lincoln Steffens was kind of a boss. He was like, the problem was, like, news as a industry is always a problem. It's why I have the slogan, journalism is not an industry. McClure screwed it up. He was good, but like he didn't do like drugs. He just like would convalesce for like 6 months at a time. It's hard to explain. He would, like, men back in the day, like that. He was like very smart but frail. And when you like had exhaustion back in the day, you didn't get to like have a coffee, or you didn't get told to just push through it. You would be sent to, if you were rich, which he was like independently wealthy. I forget how he got his money, either his family or some company. You would be sent to convalesce. Like, you would just go into your bed for bed rest. He would just constantly have to go on bed rest because he would drive himself crazy. He would like come up with some freaking idea about like some story, and he would think about it so much that, like, first he would drive Ida crazy. Like, she didn't love it. She was mad at him a lot. And then he was driving like Lincoln Steffens crazy. And Lincoln Steffens was actually like a baller, and he would just like, he was on to throw down. And so like him and Ida eventually intervened to take control of McClure's magazine. But SS McClure, his name was Sam, he almost killed that he did kill that publication. It was great though. It was the best thing that ever happened to America. That actual publication, when it was firing on all cylinders, it was great. Anyway, so go back to Upton Sinclair. He writes The Jungle, and Teddy Roosevelt was pissed. He had either just invented the FDA, or he had like assigned a special, you can as president just kind of like deputize people to do things. So he had found a section of the federal code, I think, that allowed him to do inspections of beef factories, and he sent them out there like near Haymarket Square in Chicago before the riots, I think. I don't remember if it was before or after. When were the Haymarket riots? Yeah, a little after Haymarket. So like Chicago had a history of labor problems dating back to the 1880s. Like, it was bad. And Teddy Roosevelt, as a byproduct of that, deputized some commissioner to go out there and inspect the agricultural, like the beef factories, like the actual slaughterhouses. And when he got out there, the commissioner wrote Roosevelt a report that basically said it was okay. I wouldn't say he gave it a clean bill of health, but he didn't report what was actually happening. So Lincoln Steffens, I'm pretty sure it was Lincoln Steffens, yeah. No, that was the other guy. It was Upton Sinclair. He goes to the factories in Chicago, and he sees, I mean, I can't even tell you, like, some of this stuff. It's, like, the most horrifying thing you can imagine. It was just, like, completely unsanitary for it would have been unsanitary to live in, not to mention, and I don't mean, like, a little dirty, like, you know, like, pack rabbit type thing. I mean actual danger to human life. Hello, T.A. Sarah. It's so good to see you. I've been wondering where you were. You have a very nice goat emoji. So it was very bad. Like I don't want to use vivid imagery to respect the animals, but just imagine the worst conditions you can keep an animal in, and then like actual disease in the animals, like tuberculosis, and then the slaughterhouse is just like, well, who cares? All right, Teddy Roosevelt lost his mind. He was pissed. And so he calls Upton Sinclair. He summons him to the White House. And he's like, bro, I can't believe this. Like, I just sent a dude out there. Like, what is... Like, he's bellowing. Like, he's mad at what happened. Not at Upton Sinclair. He's mad at his agricultural inspector. And Upton Sinclair's like, listen, I don't know what to tell you. It's brutal. It's bad out there. It's bad in the West Coast. It's bad everywhere. And Teddy Roosevelt creates, as a result of that, this, like, I wouldn't call it a brain trust, because that was FDR's thing. It was kind of like a precursor to the brain trust. It was like these meetings where Teddy Roosevelt loved Edith Tarbell. He liked Lincoln Steffens too, and he liked Upton Sinclair, but he thought Upton Sinclair was a commie, which, I mean, to be fair, he was. Communism didn't really exist international communism didn't exist in 1906. It kind of did, but the Soviet Union wasn't even a thing. So it was just kind of like socialism, like Marxist socialism, but like Stalinism wasn't a thing. Lenin was around, Trotsky was around, but like Stalinism, like the actual like purge and the stuff that happened after 29, that wasn't really a thing. So, but Teddy Roosevelt did love him because Teddy Roosevelt was a progressive Republican. So like he was okay with some like economic reforms like trust busting, but he hated communism. He didn't like it. He didn't like socialism. So he just kind of looked at Upton Sinclair as a hippie. And Upton Sinclair, for his part, was just like, I want America to be like socialist. And so he didn't like Teddy Roosevelt. He thought Teddy Roosevelt was like a cowboy, just like a modern, what we would call like a redneck. He didn't like him. So they didn't get along. But Teddy Roosevelt loved Edith Tarbell because Teddy Roosevelt loved going one-on-one with J.P. Morgan and J.D. Rockefeller. He loved to tussle with them. Like mind game wise, he would call them to the White House and screw with them, and like J.P. Morgan would try to negotiate with Teddy Roosevelt, and he would be like, "No, bro, the government's not a corporation. You are up against the government of the United States. We don't negotiate." And Morgan was like, "I don't know how to deal with this guy. Like he won't do business." And Teddy Roosevelt would be like, "Yeah." He would go tell his people like, "I won't do business with him." Anyway, so Edith Tarbell, he loved her. And so he would bring her to the White House. She was a journalist, and they would just talk. That's where press conferences started. It really started with Upton Sinclair, but he fell out of favor. So press conferences weren't press conferences. Like, you didn't get access to the president. He had to summon you to the White House. And then you would come to the White House, and you had to befriend him personally. And if he liked you, and, like, you were his friend, then you could like write about what he had to say. He would let her write like about what he was saying. Or like the press would like follow the president like around the campaign trail, like in Washington, the regular press stuff, but there was no press pool. There were no, like a press conference was Teddy Roosevelt standing on a train car being like, "Gentlemen, bully, like it's a bully morning. I'm going to use the bully pulpit to, bully, like bull moose, etc., 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 and so on and so forth." Like that was a press conference. But like the press pool started with really Edith Tarbell. You could argue it started a little earlier with the traveling people around the president, but direct access to the president, no. Like 1903 maybe. Like I've looked a lot into this. There might be exceptions before that where the press would have a relationship with the president, but that kind of intimate, like come to me for an interview, started probably 1903 with Edith Tarbell. Okay, so then it evolved. I don't want to go into every detail of like Woodrow Wilson's presidency. I'm going to skip that. And Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover. I'm going to skip that. But you pick up on like FDR. That's where the next evolution in press conferences happened, because FDR looked at it as like it was very different. So people aren't going to understand this dynamic because it doesn't exist today. But the way it worked was, in FDR's presidency, there was a press pool that traveled with him on the campaign. Like when did he get shot? He got shot in like Miami in 33, right before he took office. They tried to kill him. They missed and killed the governor of Chicago. I think it was Governor Daley. They almost got FDR like right away too. They almost got him before he took office, because you took office in March back then, not January. They tried to shoot him like right before he took office. Dude, they tried to commit the Kennedy coup in 33 in Miami and missed. Yeah. That's why I think they killed Kennedy, because they saw him becoming another FDR. Anyway, so FDR had a different kind of relationship with the press. He had polio. So you got to read, there's a really good book about FDR, also by Doris Kearns Goodwin. She got in a little bit of trouble for that one. It's called what is it? This is the book she actually got in trouble for. But it's a good book. It's a shame she worked hard on it. It's No Ordinary Time. There's another book to understand FDR. You should also really read this book about Missy LeHand. It's really good. Like you can't understand FDR as a person without understanding Missy LeHand. And there's like a really good book by let me see. There's only one book on her, The Gatekeeper, Missy LeHand, FDR, and the Untold Story of the Partnership That Defined a Presidency. That's one of my favorite books to understand FDR's like psychology and his approach to interpersonal like affairs, both literally, like no pun intended, but he slept around. He started cheating on his wife in like 27. She was pissed, but she was like, "Listen, I'll keep it up, but don't ever talk to me again like that. Like, don't ever say you love me ever again." And he never did. He kept sleeping around till the end. He didn't even die with his wife by his side. He died in Georgia. He would go to these springs. He had polio, to bring this story back to why the press conferences were weird. So FDR had polio, and like he couldn't walk. But like it was uncouth back then, like to tell the American people he had polio. So it was so like chill. The press were so subservient that like what FDR would do would be like, "You can't film me walking." Like people knew, but like if you saw him in person, but we didn't like. The press was so patriotic. If he said, "Don't show me walking," they wouldn't do it. So there's very little footage of FDR on his braces. Polio. If you survive childhood polio, what it does, it's like a degenerative disease that impacts like your ability to function, and in particular impacts your like ability to walk. It's a nervous system disease, if I recall. It doesn't really exist anymore because of the vaccine. It's eradicated, but it used to impact a lot of kids. And it would take a lot from them. If they lived, they could not walk. So FDR's whole life would kind of go to warm springs in Georgia, and kind of like that's how he healed. It saved him as a kid. He died there with Missy LeHand and like 3 other women, not his wife. His wife was not with him when he died. But yeah, so, you know, going back to the press conference, FDR had a different relationship with the press. He would talk to you, but it was assumed that what he said you could not print. If you wanted to print something, you had to ask him for permission, him personally. He would talk to the reporters, especially during the war. That's where the fireside chats thing came from. Like, he was having chats with them in the like early 30s, and eventually he was like, I should just do this on the radio. So he just started doing it directly. But you still, as the press, could talk to FDR directly if you wanted to. The problem became, though, during the war, like how they would do it. So they had a very strict wartime censorship board, like once 39, 40, 41 happened. But during, like, the 30s, during, like, the height of the New Deal battles with the 4 horsemen of reaction on the Supreme Court, and the, like, various, like, political, like, factions in the U.S., yeah, FDR would not have press conferences. He had polio. So he would sit in a chair. He was one of our greatest presidents, and the reporters would come in, like 3 of them. He'd talk to them, and then he'd be like, "Do you have anything you want to print?" And they'd like say like, "Yes, Mr. President, we would like to print this," and he would personally vet it and be like, "Okay, you may print that." And there was so much respect. That's how it worked. It didn't really change things. Like President Eisenhower, I guess, and President Truman kind of like changed the relationship of the president to the press, because you got to remember, TV didn't get invented until around this time, and it's like in the 30s it was around, but like broadcast television as you know it didn't become a thing until probably the 40s or the 50s, and it certainly wasn't widespread. Like I don't even think color was invented until the end of Eisenhower's presidency, like 55, 56, 57. I remember the first color broadcast on NBC domestically. I've seen their clip. They did a like switch over from black and white to color. It was crazy. Anyway, and I think Eisenhower personally pushed the button, if I recall. President Eisenhower. It was in like 57, maybe 58. He was getting old. It was at the end of his second term. Did he run twice? I think he did. Anyway, my point, yeah, I think his second term he had a different vice president. Wasn't it Nixon? Was it Nixon for both terms? I don't remember. Did Eisenhower run for 2 terms? Did Eisenhower serve for 2 terms? I have to know all of this. It's very important to me. Yes, he did serve for 2 terms. I thought so. So anyway, it was Truman who only served 1 term. Not even a full term. So Eisenhower in like 59 is really like the president who's around when TV starts. But what revolutionizes, like they would have press conferences before that, but it was more like televised statements. They would take questions on the trail, the campaign trail, but it was not what you know as like a press conference. It was different than the FDR days, but it wasn't like fully modern. What changed it was Jack Kennedy. So Jack Kennedy, you got to understand the election of 1960 to understand why the press conferences changed. So prior to President Kennedy's debate with Richard Nixon in I would imagine it was 1959. I think the election was in 1960. I don't know if it might have been actually in the summer of 1960. I don't remember. But the point is, it's a very famous television debate where, for the first time, the presidents debated live on camera. They used to always debate before, but it would either be in person, in front of a crowd, with people writing about what they were saying, or it would be on the radio. Nixon did so poorly. Like, he did fine. Like, he didn't look great that day. He was tired. I forget what had happened. He was, like, coming down from a cold or something. He looked pale as a ghost. Kennedy looked like a boss. Jack Kennedy got up there and looked like he had the world at his fingertips. And so Kennedy used the medium of television to single-handedly decimate Richard Nixon. And as a result, Kennedy established the modern precedent for press conferences. Like what you know as a press conference today, people sitting in the chairs, asking a question, the president responding, it ending when someone says thank you, the president says thank you, everybody leaves, the reporters say thank you. That started with Jack Kennedy. He did 63 or 64 press conferences or whatever in the 2 or 3 years he was alive as president. And he defined every single thing you know today about a press conference started because of Jack Kennedy. He invented the medium. He was the first president to utilize television. Everything kind of stagnated after that, though. Nobody's changed it since him. That's why I'm going to do it differently. It's about time. Like, American political discourse stagnated after Jack Kennedy because no one was willing to try something new. So we just got this stupid party system based on money and vacuous polemical politics. I'm going to do it differently. I understand what Jack was trying to do. He did it so well, but I don't have the money. Like, he had the family money. I don't want that. Because he had the family money, his dad owed favors to Momo, and that got him in a lot of trouble, and he's a womanizer. I will never have eyes for anyone but Nikki. And she wants to be first lady, too. It's great. She's totally down with it. So my point is, like, it's going to be different. I don't have those kind of, like, ties to that kind of money. I have no money. I don't want money. And I certainly am not interested in womanizing. Like, I don't have those kind of weaknesses. Jack would have been fine, but it was, like, kind of pre-sealed. When he needed Momo's help to win Illinois, he sealed his fate. Bro, you can't be taking favors from the mob. Be respectful. Let them do their thing. But, like, and help the kids, whatever. If they hurt people, intervene. But my point is, you can't be taking favors from the mob. That's crazy. He sealed his fate the second he did that. So, yeah. And the women. Like, not just women and men. Sex is very dangerous in politics. If you don't love someone, don't have sex with them. It's not right. And also, it's very dangerous, especially as a president. That's crazy. Jack called Harold Macmillan once and said, JFK called Harold Macmillan once and said, Mac, I get a headache if I don't sleep with a different woman every 3 days. How is it for you? And Mac was like, Harold Macmillan, the PM of the UK at the time, Jack and Mac were the ones who started the Anglo-American special relationship. Macmillan was like, I don't really have that problem, Mr. President. So, oh goodness. All right, let's listen to a song. Yeah, so here's the thing about learning from Jesuits. Jesuits don't ask anything of you. I can tell you personally, I got the best possible Jesuit education. I can't, like, a lot of what I know comes from a Jesuit institution. They never asked anything of me. Didn't approach me. Didn't tell me to say anything. They didn't, like, critique me when I had opinions they didn't like. They just were kind of like, be yourself. Like, try to do community service. Try to, like, think about other people. They were really big on that, but they never forced me to do anything. I never got a call. A Jesuit has never reached out to me. No one sent me an email. No one has ever called me in for a meeting. The one time I had a meeting where I called it, like, after school had ended, I was in, like, graduate school, or, like, I was sick. I just wanted to go to lunch with my philosophy professor. He took me to the Buttery. You know what we talked about? We talked about, like, Kant, and then he was like, you know, like, be weary as, like, you go through life. People, like, might try to take advantage of you. Like, you're very smart and you're very compassionate. So, like, just be weary and don't let people take advantage of you. And I was like, thanks, Father. That was the only thing a Jesuit has, and he didn't ask anything. That was the only thing a Jesuit has ever even really said to me about, like, my vocation and career or work that I do. So I just wanted to dispel that. It might exist, okay? They just didn't do it to me. And I can personally attest to that. I would tell you. If anyone tried to influence me or my reporting or anything, I would tell you. They just kind of offer a holistic education. They're really big on community service. If you are not, like, they will really, really push you to do community service. It doesn't matter what you want to do. They don't force you to do anything specific, but you need to be out in the community among the poor helping them, or they don't like it. If you don't like that, don't go to Boston College. It's a very unique school. At least the experience I had at that specific Jesuit institution. It's one of my favorite places, but it's very unique. I don't know how to explain it. Like, Boston College is an institution unto itself. It's one of the most unique educational experiences any human being can get anywhere. No, God bless you, maritime slave. All right, we have a request from JRP. So let's take a look. What is it, JRP? It's got to load up. Oh, it's on Facebook. No, JRP, I can't play a Facebook link. Sorry. It takes so much system resources. It's got to be on X or YouTube. I'm so sorry. When Facebook tries to load, it slows everything down. Same thing with Instagram. They're very resource heavy. But YouTube works and X works. All right. I'd love to be in any cult. I just know I'd be sucked in. Well, Island Girl, we're not really a cult. I think this is just the notion of, like, sometimes just being in a place where you can express yourself without actually having to deal with any conditions is the most important thing. So it's the anti-cult. Like, you know, it's just be you. That's what I think people need. They just need to be welcomed just on the premise that they're valuable as a human, which you are. All right, what do I want? I think I want to play the outro song. JRP, save the link for me tomorrow, especially if I, like, get sleepy after this. If you find a YouTube or Twitter link, remind me tomorrow. I promise, JRP, you are first up in the song request queue. I want to play that Lebanon video, and then I want to just play the song, and I'm ready to go to bed. I'm on Nikki time, so it's very late for Towel. It's like 3:11 in the morning, so I gotta go to bed. Alright, let's do it. This was supposed to be 2 hours. I gave you 4. How about that? You got bonus towel. # bonus towel. Alright, I want to show that video, and then I'm going to bed. And I want to play the song. There's one song I like. Alright, it's this video. I'm going to play this video. I'm going to play you a song. And then let me do Tippecanoe after this, alright? I'll do Tippecanoe now. I'm going to do the presidents in order before I play the outro. And then we'll do our actual outro. All right, so it's President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison. Skip 5, 6, 7. I need to still memorize them. 8 is Van Buren, you know, the Van Buren boys from Seinfeld. 9, 10, 11, 12, working on it. 13 is Andrew Jackson, the bank wars, like 1834, 1836. And then I'm ready to go to the actual list, which is Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So it's Polk, Taylor, Pierce Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about damn apples? I need to put you to sleep, Island Girl. We're working on it. I'll play you a nice little outro song. I used to be able to stay up later, which I still can if I drink more caffeine, but I'm on Nikki time now. So while there are less and less people dying, and I am praying we continue and move towards an end to the war, I'm going to try to get more sleep to recover my energy. However, I will give you an outro song. So I will play this video for you, and I will play you a nice outro song. The outro song is in honor of our dear friend One. Alright, this song is called One. Hashtag free One. One, stop trying. Because every time One would come by on an alt account, I would make it much worse for One. I would just start playing things that One did not like. So here we go, One. This song is going out to you. It's called One.
Yo, Tech, it's the last call, baby. What's good? Yeah. You know, remix just feels right, though. Before we get out, you gotta drop one last gem on them, man. No question. It's like the elders told me, no one person can do everything, but everyone could do something. So we gotta rep for all them niggas that ain't here right now. On the outro tip, the One remix. Yo, One Enterprises comprises the artists and the sound. The pen and paper plays my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as a favor for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight in pounds. It's underground, but the blatant vibrations while he found. Facing a nation, complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating the way we patient. So I'm motivating and get them playing this shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fails is more than flagrant. And so I see the prisoners' cages while I pound the pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear some rap. It's like one love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Immortal technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean of my enemies' pawns. The Red Dawn communist threat buried and gone. So they invented a war the government could carry on. It makes me wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. And this is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. For hood niggas born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in a cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field. And for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf, I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else. One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one Revolutionary Volume 2 has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you're playing this album, and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. The shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
So, I had a question about whether this is rap. This is actually called hip-hop. It's actually independent hip-hop without a label. And if you're wondering, you know, this is going to get a little vulgar, but if you're wondering why I choose to cover things the way I do, and why I like being me, and why I love America, let me just have a Mortal Technique show you the beautiful, sort of sardonic intonations of what a modern John Cleese would do if he were horrified by war and imbued with the talent of lyrical poetry in the form of underground hip-hop. Give it to him, Tech.
Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Okay. Something for the kids. Step in the club smoothly with the L in my hand. Bitches know that I'm a freak, like the Elephant Man. Intelligent plans, fuck a record deal. I want development land with my benevolent clan. And that's the reason that I only trust my fam. 40,000 records sold, 400 grand. Fuck a middleman, I won't pay anyone else. I'll bootleg it and sell it to the streets myself. I'd rather be that than signed and stuck on a shelf. And because of this, executives try to diss me. Racism frozen in time like Walt Disney. And now they say they want to get me signed to the majors. If I switch up my politics and change my behavior, trying to tell me what the rhyme about over the beat. Bitch niggas that never spent a day in the street. But I repeat that, nobody can hold my reins. I put the truth on tracks, nigga, simple and plain. I guess to America, I'm a disaster. A slave that was destined to own his masters. Independent in every single sense of the word. I say what I want, you fucking little sensitive herb. This is America. I thought we had freedom of speech, but now you wanna try to control the way that I speak. And O'Reilly, you think you a patriot? Yeah, right. You ain't nothing but a motherfucking racist bitch, full of hatred, pressing a button, trying to eject me. But I don't got no motherfucking deal with Pepsi. No corporate sponsor telling me what to do, asking me to tone it down during the interview. Trying to minimize the issue, but I'm keeping it large. I love the place I live, but I hate the people in charge. Speaking is hard when you got strings attached, so I'ma say it for you, cause I don't got none of that. And if you didn't understand what I spit at your brain, hey yo son, let this little nigga explain. Come on, son, y'all niggas know the way that I do. ImmortalTechnique.com live for you. And I know sometimes it be making you nervous, the way I smash puppet rappers that belong in a circus. You motherfuckers just can't compare. Looking for a fan base that's no longer there. I know that you're scared and you're hiding up in the cut, but this is freedom of speech, nigga. Tell them what's up. Word, nigga.
You are so good to be so kind and tolerant, Mimi. They certainly are vulgar. You know, I try not to cuss, but the song, it has a good beat.
Fuck John Ashcroft. Nigga, fuck Fox News. Fuck those snake-ass bitches trying to manipulate your opinion, telling you what to think. Word the fuck up, nigga. Like we invaded niggas cause we wanna free them. You racist motherfucker. You don't give a shit about those people. You can suck my dick. Relax, Tech, relax. Another rum and coke at the bar, nigga. It's my day off. Word up. Fuck. For the kids. For the kids.
Yeah, here's one for the kids. Hey, you wanted something other than rap, right? To end it. I should say hip hop. one more.
So turn down the lights, pour a drink real strong. We got no work tomorrow and we're both still young. I wanna fuck to my favorite song. If I could, I would listen to it all night long. So turn down the
That'll
lights,
wake you
pour a
up.
drink real strong. We got no work tomorrow and we're both still young.
Penny, definitely share that with me tomorrow. I'll see if it is in the catalog. We're gonna do some dance music. We're gonna get Mimi and they go dancing. It's a little vulgar, but I like it. It's a good beat. Alright, I gotta end on something that's not as sexual. This is my favorite song. It reminds me of flying into Amsterdam on a plane. It's called Scenic World by Beirut. Alright, this is actually gonna end. I can't end on a dance song about sex. It is good to procreate. You gotta love the person though. No buying sex. Try not to sleep with people you don't love. It really hurts them. And don't sleep with people that love you but you don't love. That hurts them more. Let them free. Set them free. Here you go.
Lights go on, the lights go off when things don't feel right. I down like a tired dog, licking his wounds in the shade.
have to speak the truth. You have to speak your mind. Every time I speak my mind, I'm lyrically critical. The pinnacle of being revolutionarily pivotal. Beyond anything ever studied that's metaphysical. Man, fuck a minority. I'm not politically minimal, but obviously terminologies that are statistical are manufactured to be unequivocally subliminal, transmitted by monopolized media visuals. So I riddle hypocritically pitiful criminals, habitually utilizing typical rituals with false pretense in attempts to be spiritual to individuals who believe in biblical miracles instead of themselves, cause they're not thinking original, and the color of their skin makes them feel invisible, like microscopic miscarriages lynched with the umbilical. Only a fucking imbecile would think they're uncorrectable, cause you're susceptible to becoming more than a spectacle. Remember that you're flesh and blood and your body's dissectable. I'll beat you until you're a vegetable and wake up in a hospital covered in poisonous chemicals, in a fetal position with your face sewn to your testicles, thinking that you were kidnapped by extraterrestrials. You got heart, I'm the blood that pumps in your ventricles. Technique, I'm like your soul, nigga, indispensable, with no respect for those who cower at the hour of revolution, because the government owes my people restitution instead of sedatives like cocaine and prostitution. Conclusion is that you'll have to violently silence me, cause I raid the airwaves at cutthroat piracy. In school my teachers blinded me, but now I can see. Now I'm mentally and revolutionarily free, broadening horizons about what my people could be if we wasn't set up to get shot, locked, or OD. You see, families bleed because of corporate greed, and monopolizing weed is virtually impossible, so it won't be legalized, and that's another obstacle. But I'm still rolling up pocketfuls of tropical. The government's involved directly, so it's unstoppable, like a nuclear rocket full of biochemical toxins that invade the ecological. Improbable that the average intellect could understand, so I encrypted this into hip-hop that's in high demand and spread it through the ghetto of every city like contraband. Stomp a man of any complexion with a devilish nature, cause I'm trying to save the earth, but you're just getting in line to rape her.
Yeah, someone said that tech, that's a mortal technique. Someone said tech reminds them of a battle rapper. I think tech is probably the most authentic hip-hop that America has. There's people who have there were people who were around before tech that he would probably say are his influences. I can't speak for him. It's a group. It's Poison Pen's the DJ. Philippe's the lyricist. Philippe is the smartest man. I need to actually talk to him when I'm like relaxed and not stressed out. Because I've only met him when I was under a lot of stress, and I didn't really get to like talk to him and tell him how grateful I was for the work he did in Afghanistan with the orphanage. He donated $400,000 or something. He just took all the money from the record he sold from his trunk, like from his tracer. He sold it out of his trunk. He did eventually form Viper Records, but that was his record company basically, I think. Anyway, he sold his record like by himself and made a lot of money and donated it all and built an orphanage in Afghanistan. It's his orphanage. He donated it to the people of Afghanistan as an apology, basically. He's a hero. And he's not respected, which I really don't like. Like, he got no respect from the radio. He got no respect from like the media. He was just he was one of our most talented artists since Bob Dylan, and we completely disrespected him, and I want to apologize. I really like Tech. He's really good. And I don't know, I wouldn't call him a battle rapper. He could easily win a battle, but he doesn't battle rap. He kind of encodes complex political history into accessible hip-hop. It's a very important thing he does. I've never really put it into words, but what he does is the education system in America is stratified. It's really bad. And so when you get to, it's bad because it's funded by property taxes. So you can have a community that's 5 miles from another community, and because one has like high value like homes and one is like the internal part of the city, there's no money. in the city. The per pupil spending disparity between rich towns and poor towns is tens of thousands of dollars a year. In 2007, the last data I have memorized, Dorchester per pupil spending was $4,488. Lincoln Sudbury was $20,627 or so. That was 2007. My data's outdated because I don't like keep up with per pupil spending, although I really should. It's a huge problem. And so what Tech does is he encodes very complex historical, socio-political information into a form of, it's like didactic pedagogy, but it's encoded into a language that like would sell on the streets of New York. You can't tell kids you're gonna teach them about like the history of U.S. imperialism. They don't care. But if you encode it in cuss words, it's like The Catcher in the Rye, but better. The Catcher in the Rye sucked. It didn't have a real message. It just was stupid. It was like, this guy smoked cigarettes and wore a leather jacket and walked around and was like a rebel. Good for you, bro. I'm glad you found yourself and wrote a poem. You didn't change America. You said the F word and you said like one other cuss or something. But the point is, in the 50s, that's how you got kids to learn. South Park did get that right. Like, you had to give them a little cuss word or two, and they'd be like, oh, that's really not allowed. You have to understand what puritanical 1950s culture was to understand Catcher in the Rye. The modern form of Catcher in the Rye for like an inner city population, especially in New York City that's raised on hip hop, would be Tech. It's like a form of subversive pedagogy. That's what makes it so brilliant. He's not just talking. He's trying to teach through, but it's harder than teaching because he's encoding it he says it in the lyrics. He's encoding it into what's called high demand hip hop. And you can't make hip hop be popular. You can't like shortcut it. You can't sell it. People will know it's fake. That's a lot of the nonsensical stuff you see in the corporate arena. You can't sell tech. You just have to be Immortal Technique to be that good, and you have to have like the soul to do it. You just gotta do it. You can't sell out. And he never sold out, so he never got the respect he deserved. But yeah, he's doing something that it needs to be studied, like it will be studied as history plays out. He basically brought to an entire generation a knowledge that would never have been mainstream and would never have, he permeated to like the suburbs of Boston. He had kids in my high school asking questions in class about this stuff. It had a huge impact on the people that it reached. It was very regional. I wish it did hit the internet, but like Tech deserved way more respect. If I'm president, I will give him the medal that you give to the artists, the Presidential Artistic Medal, whatever. I'll give him a very important award. We bring a lot of just bloviators to the White House and we're like, they're talented. No, bro, Tech is very talented. He can bring Poison Pen and his whole group. He's the most talented hip-hop artist that America has ever had. I've studied his catalog extensively. No one's ever matched him since. No one was like him before. No, Revolutionary Volume 1 and 2 are the greatest works of socio-political artistic commentary on the 21st century. There's no parallel to it. I've never seen a lyricist who works in the arena of hip-hop express complex geopolitical developments better than Immortal Technique. Low-key's pretty good. I've listened to some of his stuff, but he doesn't have the pedigree of Tech. Tech was doing it in 2001, in 2002. Other than Mr. Liff, maybe. Mr. Liff's Home of the Brave is really, really good. It's up there, but Liff was a local guy in Boston. The work he did with Acrobatic as the Perceptionist was really good. Maybe Black Dialogue, and maybe some of the stuff that Liff did, Home of the Brave might be an example. Parallel what Tech accomplished. But that's one or two songs, and Tech's entire catalog in Revolutionary Volume 1 or 2, you could pick any song and study it. You could do an explication on almost any of the tracks, and it's genius level. It's on a level that most political scientists aspire to but could never achieve. The most graduate level students in the various disciplines that Tech touches on, sociology, political science, philosophy, etc., international relations, they'd look to that and be like, yeah, he's pretty right. A lot of them would actually need to do like research some of the stuff he's talking about because he's an interdisciplinary polymath. He's very impressive. I just want to sing his praises for a little bit because I really do think we disrespected him. We really screwed ourselves as a country. If he just set the tone in the music industry, one, they wouldn't have been evil. Like, he's a very honorable man. He would have hurt people who did bad things to kids. He's like, try to mess with him. Good luck. But yeah, my point is he would have been a great example for the music industry. If we just put Tech in charge, he would have been great. But he was never going to let them do that to him. He never would have played ball, which is why he never got famous to the level that he deserved. He would have been like a modern Tupac. Tupac was very different. Tupac was way closer to it was hip hop, but he also became something more when he became popular. After Tupac really rose to fame, he became something he leaned into an image. Tech, it doesn't lean into an image. Tech lives it. He's still living it. He's an awesome person. I just wish we had more people like Tech in music. I feel like American music in general became a real problem. Hollywood and American music really subverted the culture. Not just the style of the music, but the way the industry was run. It was extortionist, and it involved a lot of blackmail and a lot of weaponized sex. And we can't be having that. That's why we need someone like Tech running the music industry. All right. Okay, it's bedtime. Let me give you one more. Yeah, Tupac was a poet. He was trained formally as a poet. Now, let me say this, though. You actually listen to Tupac's catalog. He had it. Whatever it is, he had it. Charisma, knowledge. It was different than Tech. He was militant. Tupac was militant, but he lived... If I recall, so what happened was he moved to Virginia, Tupac or something, and he was living in this apartment, and I think he was legitimately kind of it was rough and tumble, but he was still writing poetry. So I think he did kind of get exposed to that, and he kind of chose to live it. I don't know if it I'll never be able to be in that moment, in that time. But yeah, he was as he would artistically say, he was a rose that grew from concrete. His mom was great. Biggie's mom was great. It's a shame. Puffy, I think, took both of them out potentially. It's not proven. There's a lot of speculation about whether Puffy was involved in both of those hits. That would be really sad. Puffy was a problem. I'm glad the feds got him. Once you're a federal convict, you're done. He might get out of jail, but he's done. The music industry's done. Dude, there were some bad men. They're not fully cleaned up. The cops are coming for them, though. Some of those men in the music industry are in serious trouble. About time, too. They got the SantaCon guy today, too. I was waiting for that one. The SantaCon guy, the guy who runs SantaCon, got arrested. I know, all the Santas are going to be somewhat pleased. He was kind of running a racket. There's a documentary about it. It was long overdue that dude got arrested. Oh. Alright, I got to get ready for bed. I'm literally exhausted because I'm on Nikki time. But Nikki's wonderful, so that's good. Alright, let's continue to pray for peace. It's somewhat quiet. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 9:44 p.m. Eastern. U.S., we're going to call it pseudo-peace time. Less bombing, less death time. It's 3:44 a.m. in South Africa. That's Nikki time. She's Tower Girlfriend. She's wonderful. It's 4:44 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 5:14 a.m. The sun is rising in Tehran. And it's peace. People are, pleased. They're probably getting some snacks, maybe a baguette. What do people in Iran eat for breakfast? Probably some type of tea, a nice scone, maybe. I don't know. I'd like to learn more. They're probably waking up. They're probably doing morning prayer. That's very peaceful. So yeah, that's what time it is. I'm going to bed. It's almost time. I'm going to get Pete Bunny Towel. Where are you, Pete? Francine wants to see you. All right, I'll get Pete. He's the channel mascot. Thank you to those of you who tuned in for nightly news. It was supposed to be 2 hours. I went 5 hours. That's what happens. This is Pete Bunny Towel. Good night, Doc Dwan and Miss Missy and Trelly and Maritime Slave and Larson and Standing Stones and Marsha, my dear friend. You're wonderful. And of course Mimi and Ember Wolf. Oh, pancakes are delicious. I haven't had them in a long time either. I want to try some. I'll ask Nikki. I bet she likes pancakes. Oh, Maritime Slave, it was great to talk with you. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow and Friday. Tomorrow I don't have anything to do. I just got to get through the next few days. I've been feeling a lot more supported and safe. And I just want to let you know it's in a large part due to the prayers and energy and just camaraderie you all show each other. If you want to join the Discord, you know how to do that. I'll put the link in there. You can hang out with us anytime. Standing Stone's got a special role on the Discord. He's a super towel. It's true. Standing Stones is a super towel. I can't wait for Standing Stones to meet Nikki. It's going to be great. Tiffany, Bob, God bless you. Thank you. Good night. It was great to see you. This is Pete Bunny Towel. This is a public information service, by the way. I've been forgetting. If you liked what you learned here today, it's a user-supported aggregate. Whether you're watching on replay or live, I forgot to do a donation read. You can help support this stream with a donation through Cash App or Venmo or PayPal. There's no one else but me. I find the clips. I give you the analysis. I do all that from memory. All the stuff about the presidents and the books. It's not like I'm preparing. I just tell you stuff in response to your questions. It's the only interactive news service I know of. It's so fun. I have a lot of fun teaching you all. I really appreciate your appreciation for knowledge, but not knowledge in a selfish way, like knowledge for the purpose of making the world a better place. I think that's really important. That's what this public information service is designed to do: educate, inform, and entertain the wider world in order to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo @Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless you to those of you who have been so kind. God bless Mimi, and God bless all the wonderful goats. We love Ellie the baby goat. We love Mimi's appreciation for music. You all are just wonderful. We had a good dance party, nice decompression. We listened to some music. We trolled One a little bit. It's a song called One. What do you want to do? Francine, Peep is so happy to see you. Francine's wonderful. Good night, Mrs. FAFO. It's so good to see you. It's always a pleasure to see Towel friends pop in and to be able to say good night. Marsha, my dear friend, I was enthralled to spend some time with you when I saw your name pop up. Me and Pete Bunny Towel were thrilled. It was so good to see you. Same thing with you, Trelly. Thank you for being you. And I love those emojis, Miss Missy. Thank you for sharing them. Let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler too, just one more time. You know, because every time Triple Bob hears Tippecanoe, it just makes his heart sing. So let's do it. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, and then skip to 8, which is Van Buren, and then 13, which is Jackson, and then Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So, oh goodness. All right, it's Polk, and then Taylor, and then Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? Even after I was super tired. I did them all. I know them. But yes, this is a public information service, and if you enjoyed this stream, if you laughed, if you found camaraderie here, if you found that you were able to benefit from the education or news, then do consider paying it forward with a donation today to our veterans or our soldiers or their families. It's a good way to help those who serve our country, and it's a good way to give back. They put their lives on the line for us, and you can help out with a donation to them today. You may also consider a donation to animal shelters that either are run by veterans or help our veterans or service members. Great way to help our furry friends, even though Pete Bunny Towel is not an animal. He's just a channel mascot. Francine loves Pete Bunny Towel. He shows up at the end of the stream just to say hello to her. And then I remember he's a stuffed Pete Bunny, so I kind of use him as a pillow. He's great. Anyway, he's the best stuffed Pete Bunny of all time. You may also consider a donation to animal shelters in general if you cannot find one run by our veterans or that helping our service members. It's a great way to help our furry friends. If you're in the UK, you may consider a donation to the Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. You could smile at, it could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating 200 tomato plants or giving away, like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore during the outro. Yes, in that way, may we change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. As such, may we also live up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and therein bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. God bless each and every one of you, Standing Stones, Marsha, Trelly, Francine, Island Girl, Mimi, all of you sleep well, Miss FAFO, Tiffany Bob. I hope you all have a wonderful night. God bless you. I pray this peace continues. We all deserve to be able to sit in the cool air and the solace of peace. And I just pray there's no more death. May God protect the United States of America. And may God protect all of the people of the world. God bless you all. From me and Pete Bunny Towel, God bless you. Yes, Mimi, I can't wait to tell people about the World Tour. I'm going to let people know. I know they want to support it. So many people have asked me how they can support our trip, me and Nikki's trip. It's going to be great. I feel so loved and appreciated. And I'm going to frame the Mimi dog card. It's awesome. Mart, it was so good to see you. God bless you. And God bless you all. From Boston, from the War Desk, Grant Smith Ellis, signing off. God bless you all. May you rest well or enjoy your day, whatever the case may be. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Thank you for spending this time with me today. And thank you for being you. Good night. God bless you.